And the record shall now show that the jury is seated in the courtroom, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, the court is going to swear all of you in as jurors in this case, so please raise your right hands. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Clayton Bernard Foreman, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Lower your hands. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by the oath that you have just taken as jurors, you have now become officials of this court and active participants in the public administration of justice, which is a great honor in a democratic self-governance such as we live in the United States. If at any time you cannot clearly hear the proceedings, we are going to have witnesses from that witness chair, and also there will be exhibits that will be shown and admitted and dealt with in the gallery here. And if you can't hear or see these proceedings, raise your hand. That won't be rude. I want to make sure that you see and hear clearly all the proceedings as the evidence is being presented to you. Now, no one may discuss this case with you while you are jurors until at the end when you deliberate together. And likewise, don't feel offended if you happen to run into the attorneys in the hallway or in the elevator and they do little more than nod to you. Because to maintain the integrity of the jury system, the law prohibits them from speaking with you about this case until the end when you are released and all parties are released from the rules of conduct that the court is explaining to you. If someone does contact you or tries to contact you about this case while you are jurors, please report that at once to one of our bailiffs. That never happens, but we're Boy Scouts, right? Be prepared is the motto. Do not discuss the evidence in this case with your fellow jurors until the end, when all the evidence is presented and I give you the closing instructions. And also, please, while jurors, don't discuss this case with your spouse, significant other, friends, or anyone else until you are discharged. And it always happens, people, they find out you are jurors, they're just curious and they don't know what the rules are, but you do, so make sure that you follow these rules, as I know you will. Also, while jurors, please refrain from reading any newspaper articles, watching television reports, or listening to radio reports that might discuss this case. Yes, you can read the newspaper and watch television and listen to the radio, but if there's a story while you are jurors about this trial, mute the sound, do whatever, turn the page, turn the channel. And again, we don't want you to get any information about this case outside of what you hear and see in the courtroom. Now, some people like to take notes, and if you want to do that, you may if you wish. Those are for your purposes only, and you may not show them to your fellow jurors, nor mention in the jury room that they might be indicative of some matter. They can be used only to refresh your own memory of what you may have recorded. Now, practically speaking, this is the way that works. Let's say you do take notes, and I've seen people do it. But again, you can't show those notes to anyone. Those are for yours only. Let's say you're during deliberation. You go, I remembered I wrote some notes about that, and I'm a little fuzzy about what was said during the deliberations together. You may retrieve those, but you can't say, look what I wrote. You can only refresh, you read it yourself. You can refresh your memory, put them away and go, I think I recall blank. For example, that's a way, do it whatever way you wish. I'm going to tell you how to do it, but you can't say my notes show this. That would be injecting something into the deliberations that was not evidence presented and admitted, see. But if it helps you with your memory, you can do that with your deliberations. Okay, you see how that works? It's kind of awkward, but that's the way the rules apply on that. Now, don't go to any of the locations referred to by the witnesses in this case, nor perform any individual investigation on your own while you're jurors. You will receive all the evidence here in the courtroom. And likewise, don't look in books, encyclopedias, or dictionaries, or go to the library, or review courthouse records in order to obtain information over and above what is presented to you during this trial. Now, your oath states that you will render a verdict only on the evidence submitted to you under my rulings. And the evidence you may consider will consist of the testimony of the witnesses, and also evidence will be presented in the form of exhibits, which you will see dealt with here in the area, and it will be presented for admission. If the court admits it, then you can give it how much weight and value you feel it deserves. Now, during the trial, attorneys make an objections. And when an objection is made, I must rule on it. Let's say a question is asked by the prosecutors, the defense objects. If I overrule the objection, the question will be answered. If I sustain the objection, it cannot be answered. But it could be asked in a different way, which meets with the rules of evidence, which we go by. And this is a compilation of the rules on the methodology of how evidence is properly presented and admitted in the trial. I was on the committee that wrote this, so I know something about this, and I'm very sensitive about it being done in a particular way. And let's say if it's presented and the objection is sustained and it is withdrawn, of course, the parties have an opportunity to attempt to readmit it in the proper way. From time to time, the court may give you instructions of law as I'm giving now. Each time the court gives you an instruction of law, you must follow it. But you get to decide what the evidence and the facts are. You get to decide how much weight and credibility you'll be giving to the witness. In considering the weight and the value of the testimony of witnesses, for example, you may consider their appearance, the witness's attitude, behavior, interest in the outcome of the case, relationship to the parties, inclination of the witnesses to tell the truth, the probability or improbability of the witness's statements. You can draw reasonable inferences from the statements of witnesses and all other evidence. And you can use all other factors you feel might help you in giving the testimony of the witnesses the degree of credibility you deem it deserves. Now, that was a long sentence. What I just explained to you, and you probably are recognizing this. This is what you do every day when you interact with people. You are listening. You are deciding how much you're going to believe or not believe. And you are drawing on your education, your life's experiences, your intuition, common sense. Those are all things that you bring into determining what the facts are. There is no trial where 100% of the information is provided to a jury. You've got to fill in gaps, just like you fill in gaps every day when you interact with people. Let's say this afternoon we go out after we break for the evening, and it's cold and there's this white stuff all over the ground. Well, we've been in here. We didn't see what happened. But there's two options, really. Number one, either several hundred pickup trucks came in with man-made snow and dumped them in the city of Beaumont just to amuse us, or a cold front came through and dropped some snow. Which one makes sense? You didn't see it, but do you really have to see it snow to know what snow is? No, it's your experience, your intuition. You know it when you see it. And you didn't have to see it. You'd go, well, there's only one thing that makes sense out there that could have happened. That's what you bring into the equation in filling the gaps of evidence. Even when there are videos of events, people say, well, if you'd have seen the video from, if there would have been a camera on one other side of the event, We could have seen a different perspective. Yeah, and it's endless. What could have and would have, might have been. So you fill in those gaps using common sense, drawing reasonable inferences. And it's what you do when you interact with people every day. You're not going to be using anything that's abnormal in what you do in analyzing the evidence and determining what the evidence shows to you. Now, a couple of things, make sure to turn off all cell phones and no texting while jurors here in the jury box, and no making no phone calls. And also that applies to the spectators as well. Thank you for following these rules. And one other thing, please, if you're on Facebook or social media, don't talk about anything about this case, or don't mention in messaging. When somebody finds out that you might be a juror, you're going to have all kinds of friends, and you don't need that. Just, you can't say it. You can't talk about it until after this is over with, when I release you from these rules. It's like bees on honey in every case. So just, I can't talk about it. The court ordered me not to, and so quit talking about it. And that's the best way, but I would say stay off of social media until the end of this trial. But you may do what you want, but be cautious, very cautious about it, because we get into problems that are difficult to undo. And let's just follow the rules, as I know you will. Now, the trial is going to proceed in the following way in just a moment. I'm going to ask the state of Texas to present the indictment, and the defendant shall plead to the indictment. Each of the parties get to make opening statements, which are brief overviews of what they believe the evidence will show. Because the burden of proof, as we talked about, because of the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof is on the accusing authority, the state of Texas or the United States in federal courts. So they go first, because if they didn't go first, we would just sit here staring at each other, because the defense does not have the obligation to present any evidence. They can stand mute during the whole trial. They don't have the obligation to prove they are innocent. It's for the state of Texas to prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So we don't just stare at each other until the end of time. The rules are the state goes first. They will call witnesses, and they will question witnesses from this witness chair. After each witness is questioned by the state, the defense may cross-examine those witnesses. And at some point in time during this trial, you will hear the state say, "We rest." Then the defense may or may not call any witnesses. Sometimes the defense doesn't, and then we move into the reading of the charge and closing arguments. Other cases, in some other cases, defense puts on witnesses, and they will, Mr. Burbank will have an opportunity, if they wish, to question those witnesses. After each witness is questioned by the defense, the state has a fair opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. When all the parties say, "We have rested, we have no more evidence to present," I will read to you the concluding jury charge. The lawyers will give their final arguments, and you will go and deliberate on a verdict in this case. At all times, it is your foremost responsibility to make sure that justice is done in this case in accordance with the law I give to you and the evidence presented in this trial. At this time, I'm going to ask the state of Texas to present the indictment. The defendant shall rise.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors for the county of Jefferson, state aforesaid, duly organized as such at the July term AD 2021 of the 252nd District Court of Jefferson County in said county and state, upon oath in said court, present that Clayton Bernard Foreman, hereafter styled the defendant, on or about the 14th day of January 1995, and interior to the presentment of this indictment in the county of Jefferson and state of Texas, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Mary Catherine Edwards, by drowning and asphyxiation, and the defendant was then and there in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of aggravated sexual assault and sexual assault of Mary Catherine Edwards against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
Clayton Bernard Foreman, how do you plead to the indictment as just read by the state of Texas? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty will be entered into the record on the defendant's behalf. All right, at this time, the court will allow opening statements, and the state of Texas may go first under the rules.
May it please court?
Yes.
Counsel. Good morning. Good morning. Before I begin, let me thank you again on behalf of the state of Texas and the family of Mary Catherine Edwards. This is not going to be easy for a lot of people because it's been a long time coming. But before I get started on getting into the facts and things that we believe the evidence is going to show, I'm going to do a little housekeeping. You got to remember, this happened in 1995. Kind of think about where you were in 1995. I was thinking earlier about looking at some of the jurors that we talked to, that some of them weren't even alive when this case occurred, when this incident occurred, and they wouldn't understand a lot of things that are going on. So it's going to take a little bit of work to get through thinking about that, because what happens over 29 years? Memories fade. People they say, I remember it like it was yesterday, but you can't remember what color shoes you were wearing if somebody asked you, but you can remember very blatant facts. So a lot of times you're going to see that not only do witnesses' memories fade, witnesses have died. Matter of fact, you're going to find out that Mary Catherine Edwards' mom and dad and brother passed before they could actually get to see this day. So they're not going to be here. And they were a participant in, actually a witness in part of the crime. But that's why we have records, reports, and statements. You're going to see some witnesses, when they ask up here on the witness stand, they're all going to be coming from here. They're going to be asking to look at their witness statement or the report to refresh their memory. Matter of fact, we have one police officer who vaguely remembers any of this, but wrote a report in his own handwriting. So he knows he wrote it at the time, and we may or may not call him. We haven't decided yet. But if we do, he may have to look at his report a lot more than other people do. One witness is so ill that he cannot travel for a long distance, so we've already determined that he can testify by Zoom. So you're going to see him testify by camera that's in Boerne, Texas. It's Dr. Charles Harvey, our forensic pathologist. He's going to be testifying from Boerne, Texas, sitting in a retirement home center in a business office that they have over there, looking at a computer screen, and we'll be talking back and forth through that. So you're going to get to see a little technology used. And with all this that we're going to be introducing, all these things that we're going to be going through over this time period, and the people that have handled it, you're going to find out sometimes you are going to be excused so we can have hearings, or we'll have little talks up here at the bench where we'll actually you'll hear a little staticky noise, and then we'll have a conference and decide whether or not a piece of evidence can come in or a piece of testimony can go forward. Okay, so just kind of logistic wise, you got to remember that this is going to be something that happened a long time ago. It's not something that just happened last week. Okay, and we ask you to bear with us. Also, let me tell you something about witnesses. We've already had one witness who called this morning and said her flight was delayed, so she missed her connecting flight. So they've had to redirect her to another way, so she's coming in late. So if we have to call witnesses out of order, I beg your forgiveness. We're trying to do the best we can, but in 29 years, people move all over the place. They have doctor's appointments, they have illnesses, they have things, they have we have somebody driving in from Missouri right now. So there's just people that are coming from all different directions. We're trying to do the best to take care of your time and our time and their time. Okay? So that's all the housekeeping out of order. Let's talk about the case, what we expect the evidence is going to show. And this is not testimony. This is just what we expect it's going to be testified to. January 13th, 1995. Mary Catherine Edwards was a teacher at Price Elementary. She was teaching 5th grade. That day, she got off work, went over to her sister's house to pick up her dog. I believe her dog's name was Magnolia. We're going to talk about that in a little bit whenever her sister gets on the stand. But she went to pick up her dog. She stayed and visited with her sister for a little while. They had plans the next day on January 14th to go see a movie about 4 o'clock that afternoon. They were planning on meeting up later and talking about it. They talked every day. You're going to find out. Later on, Mary Catherine calls her sister and talks to her for a little bit. She doesn't have any plans. She's going to bed. And there is no sign of trouble. You're going to find that there's nothing really going wrong in her life, except for she had had an argument with her ex-boyfriend a couple of days before, but it was nothing that was any sign of any kind of danger. That ends January 13th, which is probably the last time people heard from Mary Catherine Edwards alive. January 14th. Early morning hours, about 1:30, 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. You're going to hear that there's a young man who's 12 years old. His name is Matt Wick. He's going to come in and testify. We've got him in from where he's living now or working now. He was 12 at the time. He and his dad were staying with a neighbor of Mary Catherine Edwards. They were staying next door to 1005 Meadow Park Drive, I believe is what it's called. They were living next door in a townhouse. And these townhouses, if you've ever lived in a townhouse, you know they share a wall. And sometimes you can hear things through the wall. Sometimes you can hear certain things. Sometimes you can hear other things. But they're asleep, and you're going to hear him say that he and his dad were staying over there at the Coopers, which were neighbors of Mary Catherine Edwards, and they were sleeping on a bunk bed. And that the wall that they were sleeping in shared a wall with the stairwell that was in Mary Catherine Edwards' townhouse. Okay? And so about 1:32 in the morning, he hears a thumping. Matt Wick hears a thumping, and he hears this thumping going on, and it sounds like it's stationary. And he's going to tell you, you can tell somebody's walking up the stairs, it moves, and when it doesn't, it goes down. When he hears it, and then it stops. And then it starts back up a little while. And then he's going to tell you that he hears someone going down the stairs. And it's not like they're just walking down the stairs. It's like they're coming down the stairs with authority. He can hear the thumping as they come down the stairs. And then he hears a car with loud music drive off. Larry Cooper, who's in that same townhouse, it's his townhouse, he and his wife are in bed. And they share a bedroom. Their bedroom shares the wall with the bedroom in Mary Catherine Edwards. There's a closet in between, but it's the same wall as the bedroom. You're going to hear him tell you that he and his wife were asleep, and they're awakened by a noise. And it's a thumping. And it sounds like it's a thumping against the wall or a thumping that's going on. It's enough to wake them and keep them awake. And it goes on for about 60 to 90 seconds. They do nothing. They don't hear a scream, but they do nothing. And they don't call the police. They don't do anything. They decide it's nothing, and they just go back to sleep. The next morning, Mary Catherine Edwards' sister, Allison Brocato, is going to try to call her. Family tries to call her. They're trying to have lunch. They want to get together. They want to talk. And she's not answering the phone. She always calls them back. So it gets to be about noon or so. They've tried, can't get a hold of her. And about 1:30 or 2 after lunch, her parents decide to go to her townhouse and check on her. They have a key that they borrowed from Allison Brocato, Catherine's sister. They go over, the door's locked. They unlock the bottom door. They don't have to unlock the deadbolt. Dog's downstairs. It's quiet. The downstairs looks just as normal as everyday life. And then they go up the stairs. And when they get to the top of the stairs, I think the father goes towards the garage and out in the back. The mother goes upstairs, and you're going to hear on the 911 call what they find. And they find Mary Catherine Edwards. She's in a t-shirt. It's like she's going to sleep. It's a t-shirt you'll see that has different countries on it, and it's bedtime somewhere. She's nude from the waist down. She's handcuffed behind her back. She is slumped over the bathtub sideways with her face down. There's about 4 or 5 inches of water that's in the bottom of that bathtub. something no parent should ever have to find their child being. You're going to hear 911 calls. And you're going to hear the emotion of those parents and that sister is what they found. And you're going to hear mom is so upset because she's crying so loud and telling these people what's going on and trying to tell them my daughter's been murdered. And they can't understand her because she's crying. And they're like, ma'am, I can't understand you. You're going to hear her get angry. My daughter's been murdered. You're going to hear the sister talking about my dad and them called. My sister's been murdered. And you're going to hear the dispatch calling the police to get them there. The police arrive. You can hear them in the background. Matter of fact, the 911 lady, Carolyn Lewis, who's going to testify about the 911 call, can recognize all the voices in there because she worked and remembers this from that time. She worked and knew all those police officers. She knew their voices on the line. She can identify everybody on there. You're going to hear how Catherine's mother tells the 911 operator that her daughter has been tortured. Police arrive. You're going to get to hear from police officers. But first, you're going to hear from Allison Brocato. We're not doing this, and I'm going to tell you this. I'm not doing this opening statement in the order of the way that we're calling the witnesses. I'm doing it in the order of the way the story goes. Because I think it just flows better, and what we have to do evidence-wise, we have to call certain witnesses at certain times to get evidence in. So, Allison is twin sister Mary Catherine Edwards. Matter of fact, they're identical twins. You couldn't tell them apart. They used to play tricks on their students. You can say that they used to say their students would see them both over school teachers. They would see the other one in the store. They would call them by their other sister's name, and they would play along and say, "Yeah, it's good to see you. Love you too. Bye." And so. You're also going to hear a funny story about how in the yearbook they switched their photos by accident. And so when we show you a picture of the yearbook photo, you're going to see the switched photos. Allison's going to tell you about all the time that she talked. She's going to tell you a little bit about her sister. She's going to identify a picture of what she looked like when she was alive. She's going to tell you about their relationship. She's going to tell you about what she knew about the relationship of the people that she was with. She's going to tell you about that day on January 13th when they were meeting one last time she saw her sister. She's going to tell you about the last time she talked to her. She's going to tell you about what happened that day on January 14th, 1995, when her parents found her sister murdered and raped in her townhome. You're going to hear from Carmen Apple, who was one of the first responders to the scene. She also knew of Mary Catherine Edwards because she was sorority sisters with her. She knew her through the sorority, and she also will tell you that she can identify her, and we're going to ask her instead of the family to identify her on the autopsy table and make sure that we identify that as the person that the autopsy was performed on. You're going to hear her talk about the scene when she got there, what it looked like, how much chaos it was with the parents, and then how upset they were and how everybody was upset. She goes upstairs and she sees the scene, and you're going to get to see the photographs of what she saw. You're going to get to see the photos of Mary Catherine Edwards. Now, you're going to find out that when Mary Catherine Edwards' father found her slumped over the tub, so he saw his daughter slumped over the tub, but he grabbed her, he hugged her, he put her on the ground, and he covered her with a towel. You're going to get to see the towel. I'm not sure everything was there. You're going to get to hear how Carmen saw her laying there by the tub on the floor, hands cut behind her back. You're going to hear how she began to secure the scene. They started keeping people out, keeping tabs of who all went in and who came out. You're going to hear from how she talked to the parents while they were distraught and what she found out from them. You're going to hear from Sara Moon. Sara Moon was with the ID division in the Beaumont Police Department. And Sara is one who took pictures. She also did a video of the entire scene, walking the video of the crime scene. So you're going to get to see that video as she walked through outside, inside. You get to see the whole layout, what it looked like in that entire scene. Boyd Lamb He's going to testify that not only did he go to the scene and help collect most of the evidence there, but he also attended the autopsy. And he's going to be the beginning of what we call chain of evidence, chain of custody of evidence. So let me tell you what that is, okay? Because I'm gonna tell you right now that you're going to think you're lost, but you're not going to be lost when we get through. We're going to take certain things that were done at the autopsy, which are, let me get in. So let's get this. So we got Joyce Billingsley from property. She's going to talk about some records of all the things that Boyd Lamb took and brought in, and he's going to talk about most of it. She's going to clarify a couple of things that were brought in and out of property for us in the exam. Dr. Charles Harvey, let's get here. Here's where we do the autopsy. So Dr. Charles Harvey was a medical physician at the time who was the forensic pathologist in the area. Okay, he did all the autopsies or most autopsies for whenever there was a murder occurring in our area. And he did Mary Catherine Edwards that day. And as part of that autopsy, not only is he going to tell you all the bruises that were on her body, which you're going to find out there were multiple bruises all over her body from where she put up a fight, from where she was hit, she was bumped, she was knocked. He's going to tell you about the bruises where the cuts were on her hands. He's going to tell you about the cuffs that he took off of her, the nightshirt that he took off of her. He also did what's called a sexual assault kit, or we used to call them back in the day a rape kit. And what that is a box. It's a white box. You'll see it. And inside it has envelopes that have steps that you go through. Combings of hair, taking a swab, taking blood, everything. And he keeps an inventory of what he had in that rape kit. You're going to get to hear how those swabs and the blood that he takes from Mary Catherine's vaginal area, her anal area, and the blood that he takes from her become very important in this case, along with nail clippings from her fingernails. Okay. There's 4 things you're going to follow throughout this trial, and I want to give you the heads up now that we anticipate that's the 4 main things. One is a comforter with the comforter cuttings from a stain, semen stain on the comforter. There's the swabs from the vaginal area and the anal area. There's the victim's blood and the fingernail clippings. So when you got all those together, they kind of come blended in, but you're going to see where each laboratory calls them different numbers. Okay. One laboratory here calls them, number 4, over here calls them number 17, over here calls them Q something or K something. And so just remember, we're going to give them their names too. They're going to be the anal swabs, vaginal swabs, blood. Okay. So just follow it that way because you'll get lost trying to keep up with the numbers. But we will give you a little chart at the end to kind of help you resolve that if you're a numbers person. So he begins the chain. He takes that, gives it to Boyd Lamb. Boyd Lamb takes it to Beaumont Police Department. From there, you're going to hear how they started trying to investigate this. And it's, I got to tell you, most of the time it's somebody you know. Y'all heard that. Rape or murder occurs most of the time it's somebody you know. So they start looking where? Closest people to you, right? Ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands, husbands, boyfriends, friends, people that you hang out with, people you associate with, and then they kind of build out to people that you are associated with, and that's what they did. They just kept building and building and building further out because they start with one suspect in mind. And he's been through the ringer through this whole thing, and his name is David Perry. He was the ex-boyfriend of Mary Catherine Edwards. He was drugged through the mud because everybody thought he did it. And the first set of blood that they send off to go get tested is his to see if it's him. And they rule him out. And they rule everybody else out. You'll find that as they go out, they get some DNA samples voluntarily. People volunteer. They do some stuff that people abandon. Some people don't even know their DNA was tested. And when it's done, all said and done, they've ruled all these people out. You're going to hear about 30-something people that were ruled out. Then they went out to violent offenders. They went to people that they found that had been violent offenders, even if they weren't in this area, they were just in Texas and they were kind of near here. They started trying to tie anybody they could. And it expanded and expanded. So when they had David Perry at first, they took some blood. They took samples from Hilts. They head off to Washington, D.C. Okay, this is how they wanted to try to speed this along. So they take the rape kit samples and they take the comforter and they take some other stuff and they head up to Washington, D.C. And they go to two places. They go to a lab in Selmark, which is a private laboratory that at that time was the cutting edge with DNA testing. And you're going to get to hear the history of DNA. You're going to get lucky. You're going to get to hear how DNA kind of progressed, because it started in the 80s and by the 90s, it was still just kind of a fledgling. And you're going to get to hear how DNA sensitivity, instruments, everything grew and the process grew. You want to hear from Melissa Staples from Selmark. She's going to tell you that they got the stuff. She's now the head of the forensic lab in New Hampshire Police Department, State Police Department. She's going to tell you that she received that rape kit, that they did some testing on it. You're going to get to hear her results. You're going to get to hear from her that the samples from the blood and the samples from the vaginal swabs and everything, Mary Catherine Edwards' blood and the samples from that matched. So you know that those two are the same and that there's one other person and it's a male. And they have an unknown male subject. We're trying to figure out who that is. So that's why people keep sending things to them to test it against this person, test it against this person. And it started a lot of rumors about poor Mary Catherine Edwards because of all the people that were testing. You'll hear from Carolyn because they took it next to the FBI laboratory. When they get to the FBI laboratory, they're looking there for trace evidence. This is a little different because back then, remember that back in the day when you used to hear stuff about hair fibers and things, that's what they were doing. They were like looking for hair fibers, anything that matched any suspect, and they sent some stuff from David Perry, and nothing ever matches up with him. And you're going to hear that they also sent the blood to them for a little while, but they figured, hey, they're already doing DNA testing, we're not going to touch it. They sent it back. And then everything ends up going back to our Jefferson County Crime Lab at some point. That's where the central location is for everything. From there, it starts fanning out to different locations and you can keep up with it a little better. You're going to hear from all these employees. Linda Johnson and Angela Fitzwater both worked in the Jefferson County Regional Crime Laboratory back then. Steve Mays, who's current interim director right now, he's going to testify as to what his participation was in touching some of that evidence and moving it from one place to another or just packaging it. Kathy Carradine, she worked for the DPS Crime Laboratory in Austin. You're going to hear from her because that's when we get to a certain point, our laboratories in our criminal laboratories in our state have caught up with some of these private laboratories. Some of them are surpassed. And so now we have some new type of testing. And you're going to hear some terminology, and you're going to get to learn a lot about DNA. You're going to hear about things called short tandem repeat, polymerase chain reactions. You're going to hear all kinds of things that you don't understand, but we're going to make it simple. All it is just they have expanded a way to test DNA to where they can use certain things to identify people. Okay, and we'll have them explain that. I like experts to explain that. Allison Hurd is now currently working as director over at the DPS Austin. She's going to be able to explain all the progress in DNA and the testing and how it progressed and kind of give you that lesson that you need to hear so that you can understand what we're doing. At some point after a while, the case goes cold. Y'all all seen cold cases on some of the channels, ID Network or some of the true crime channels. And it's where things you just run out of things to do. What can we do? So in about 2020, somewhere in that area, some detectives, they're here today. Aaron Llewellyn was a detective with the Beaumont Police Department. And they started looking, and together with Brandon Best from the Texas Rangers, we'll talk about their involvement. They decided to look somewhere else where we hadn't looked before. Something that they haven't ever used before, and that is genealogy. There's a terminology called forensic genetic genealogy now that people use. A lot of you, and I want to ask you, but I'm not going to ask you because I can't get you to respond to anything, but use 23andMe or some of those places. some of those things are, when you're looking for a relative, close relative, you agree to go onto a website and to look for a relative. And when you do, your DNA becomes, your little profile comes up on, in that little website. There's a place called GEDNAT that people go to. And you can type in yours and look for relatives. And so that's one of the tools they use. But what they did was they went to a place called Awesome Laboratories. It was in the Woodlands. I think it's, I don't know if it's still there or moved, but it was in the Woodlands at the time in 2020, 21. And they took samples. They got samples sent over from the crime laboratory, from the crime scene over there. So we're going to hear from David Middleman, who is the head over there at Awesome Laboratories. And he's going to tell you that they took this, they did their little testing that they do, and it's different than the testing that is done in our crime laboratories, because what they do is they're not just looking at certain short tandem repeats of about 20 spots, they're looking at hundreds and hundreds and matching them up, looking for familial matches. So what you're going to hear is that there are certain measurements of that are called centimorgans. And centimorgans are a stretch of DNA that every family trait has, and I'm gonna let them explain all this. But the more you have in common with somebody else, the closer related you are. And you're going to hear not only from Middleman, who talks about that they started this process, but Tina Llewellyn, who is Aaron Llewellyn, Detective Llewellyn's wife, began looking and they found a lady by the name of Cheryl LaPointe. And you're going to get to hear from Cheryl LaPointe. Cheryl LaPointe is a person who does this stuff for a living. She does genealogy. At the time, she was one of those people that had helped out in some other crimes and had done some things in the field. She also lives in Louisiana, which becomes very important in this case, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But Cheryl is going to testify that the way they do this is they take those DNA and they start it out. And Tina's also going to testify to this, that they started out with about 7,000 hits. Okay. And the 7,000 or 7,400, whatever it is that they had, they start looking at family traits and entering them in and getting, when they get somewhere because they think they're going, they'll have somebody tested, or somebody that's already tested will give them, give them their little sample or their login so that they can do their 23andMe and put it into GEDNAT and see how close they're getting. They also look at birth records, death records, obituaries. They talk to family members. And what becomes important in this case is in Louisiana, this is more difficult because there's a lot of the Cajun community of cousins marrying cousins. So, and it may be a joke to some people, but when you're looking at genealogy, you have to have somebody that can look at this and determine what it is. And so Sara is from Louisiana and also found out she is related to these people who she was researching. So that gave her an insight to be able to talk to family members and to know. And so this thing kind of flowed through to where they started getting closer and closer, and the family trees and talking to people and looking at, talking who was born here. And they even found out that somebody had an affair and had a child outside of the relationship, and that's the way this gene went. So it's an interesting story of how they followed all these signs and obituaries and family members and had them volunteer for testing and doing it until they got down to two brothers, Clayton Foreman and his brother. And looking at the time frame, looking at the circumstances of where he lived at the time and everything, they decided that they wanted to check out Clayton Foreman. So here's how a cold case works. Whenever the genealogy tracks it down, gives the police a lead, they say this might be the person. They go stake them out, make sure that person still lives at that location. And then they wait for them to abandon something. So usually what it is, they'll come by and they'll see a trash can outside that the people have abandoned or they're throwing stuff away. And in this case, I think you're going to find that this was a trash can in the street in Reynoldsburg, Ohio. You're going to hear from Officer Jeff Gamble. He's going to tell you that he got a call to go by and see if he could get some trash. And he sees the trash can sitting out on the street, ready to be picked up, and he goes and grabs a couple of bags and takes the bags to the Reynoldsburg Police Department. It sits there for a day until it can be picked up by an FBI agent by the name of Tom Gill. Tom Gill's gonna tell you he got it, inventoried it, took it, sent it to Aaron Llewellyn, the Beaumont Police Department. Aaron Llewellyn's gonna tell you he got it, took it to the laboratory in Houston. And Tanya Dean tested it. And it tested out to be Clayton Foreman. So, Brandon Best from the Texas Rangers, Aaron Llewellyn from Beaumont Police Department, go to Reynoldsburg, Ohio, and have the police department there calling Clayton Foreman to talk to them. Ask him if he's ever been around her, if he's ever touched her, if he's ever been recently visiting her, if he's ever had a reason to have a relationship with her, anything of that nature. And he denies ever having any contact with her, other than when she was in his wedding years before with his wife. But even then he said he never hugged her at the wedding. So there's no reason for his DNA to be on Mary Edwards. So they arrest him for murder, capital murder. They get a search warrant. They get his blood. And again, they take it down. Instead of just taking the trash search, they take the DNA from Clayton Foreman and they compare it to the cuttings from the crime scene, to the vaginal swabs from the crime scene. And it comes out, and you're going to hear them tell you within what they call septillions that it's him. I'm confident that when you look at everything that we're going to show you, you're going to find out that Clayton Foreman sexually assaulted and killed Mary Edwards all in one episode. And that these people that did all this search and all this inventory ruled out so many other people that not only can you say that the DNA matches him, but you can say that it didn't match anybody else. Look forward to presenting this case to you.
Mr. Burbank, do you want to make an opening statement at this time?
No, Your Honor, defense reserves are right.
You may. Call your first witness, please.
Carolyn Lewis.
You want to vote the rule?
Yes, this time, Your Honor, we invoke the law.
Carolyn, yes. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please lower your hand and take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that the rule has been invoked, and that's a shortened form of the rule of sequestration of witnesses, which is found not only in the rules of evidence, but also in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. At any time during a trial, whether it's a civil trial or also a criminal trial, either party can ask for the rule to be invoked. And what that essentially means is that witnesses will remain outside until I excuse them from the rule, so that they are not present while other witnesses testify. You can see why that would be a good idea, not because people are dishonest, but it just prevents the appearance of, oh, those stories match. And why could that be? They were in the courtroom listening. So the parties will take it upon themselves. I'm going to delegate this, make sure that we can bring all the witnesses in and give them the instructions, but I'm going to ask that the attorneys for each party make sure that your witnesses that you intend to call or instructed about the rule of sequestration. They may not discuss their testimony with anyone else except the attorneys. They can speak to the attorneys. And they will not discuss this testimony with other witnesses or anyone else until they are released from the rule. And sometimes I release them immediately, sometimes depending on the circumstances, they remain under the rule throughout the trial. And any witness who violates these mandates can be punished, and we don't want that. And we never really have a problem with this, but I'm going to ask that the parties ensure that the witnesses who intend to call remain outside and do not discuss their testimony with anyone else, but they can discuss their testimony, of course, with the attorneys.
We have, Your Honor, we've instructed that. We've also instructed them not to watch anything on Zoom.
And that also would apply, obviously. This is being videoed and people have access to the proceedings here who are not present, and the rule will apply also. They cannot get any information, whether being present or watching some video presentation of these proceedings. They are not allowed to watch those until they are released from the court's mandates of the rule of sequestration of witnesses. Anything else to add from the state defense, Mr. Burbank?
No, Your Honor.
All right, everybody understands the rules, and we never have problems, and let's not have a problem in this case. Thank you. All right. Ms. Lewis is here. The state may proceed.
She's been sworn, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Miss Carolyn.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. So do us a favor and tell us who you are and where you work at.
My name is Carolyn Lewis. I work for the Beaumont Police Department's 911 Center since 1992.
And what's your current position at the Beaumont PD Emergency Dispatch Center?
My current position is I'm the training coordinator, and I'm basically the overseer of the dispatch center over the shift supervisors and the trainers.
So since 1992, have you always worked for BPD Dispatch?
Yes, sir.
And back in 1995, what was your role with BPD Dispatch?
In 1995, I was a dispatcher and a trainer.
Okay, so in that capacity, did I ask you to take a look at some dispatch records concerning a BPD case number 95-1246?
Yes,
Okay, and is that the murder of Mary Edwards?
yes.
Now, tell me a little bit about the 911 calls in that case number. How are 911 calls in 1995 stored at BPD currently?
Currently, all of our 911 calls come in, they are recorded. Recording system that only the shift supervisors have access to pull those recordings.
And now they're all digital, right?
Correct.
And so you've got some big server where you maintain all these calls.
Yes.
Now, what about in 1995? How are those stored?
Oh, boy. If my memory serves me correctly, back in 1995, we had reels that were the recordings. They were changed at midnight every night.
Oh my gosh. So they kind of like a big old like a movie projector.
Yes,
Okay. And so that was how, for the calls during a certain period in time, that would be how they would be stored and then maintained at the BPD.
yes.
Okay. Now, but that being said, does BPD still maintain all these calls from back then too, for cases that have been tagged?
Yes.
And in one of those such cases, 95-1246.
Yes.
And I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 30 here. Do you know what this is?
This is the call.
Okay, so there's, and to be clear, there's multiple 911 calls associated with this case number, right?
Correct.
And also, was there a transcript of those calls that I asked you to look at?
Yes, sir.
This is what is State's Exhibit 31?
This is the transfer.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about the way these calls are set up. It distinguishes them by lines, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is that? What are we looking at when we're talking about that?
So each of the 911 calls, we currently have 8 different lines. So you can have multiple dispatchers answer the calls for service. So when you're pulling the recordings, you actually have those different calls, whether they're coming in at the same time or not. You will record, the recording system will record each of those calls individually. And that's how they were done back then as well.
Okay, so on State's Exhibit 30 and also 31, there's a little bit of an overlap. Depending on, how calls were transferred between, say the fire department and 911 dispatch or things of that nature.
Yes, sir, because we answered all of the 911 calls when you're calling for police or ambulance or fire. Those calls are filtered through our office. So if you need the fire department or an ambulance, we transfer you to fire dispatch because they have their own dispatchers.
And I'm just trying to kind of make sure the jury understands what they're gonna hear is there's gonna be portions of calls that are recorded and then you hear the same portion of that call later recorded as well.
Correct.
Okay. But that being said, State's Exhibit 30, the 911 calls, is that a fair and accurate copy of the 911 calls that are recorded or saved by Beaumont Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And did you recognize voices from some of your old coworkers on that call?
Yes, I did.
Quite a few.
Quite a few of them.
And I think you may have recognized the fire department representative on the call as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask you about those when we get to them.
Okay.
But State Exhibit 30, this is a fair and accurate copy of 911 calls that are maintained by Beaumont Police Department.
That's correct.
After listening to them, did it appear they've been altered or changed in any way other than reported on or transferred on this drive here?
No, sir, they haven't been changed.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 30.
I take witness on board diary,
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes attorneys will request to speak with some witnesses out of turn, and it's generally allowed when there's the admissibility of evidence. It's called voir dire. But we're not picking a jury in this, but it's also the term used when lawyers are allowed by the court to question a witness for questions surrounding the admissibility of evidence, and the defense may do so.
First Court,
Yes.
good morning.
Good morning.
Are you the custodian of the records?
No, sir, I'm not the custodian of records.
So you don't know how these were stored or whether or not the machine was operating properly at the time and back in 1995?
No, sir, I don't know that.
This time, Your Honor, I have an objection, states 30 to 31.
Any response to that?
Judge, she does know how they were maintained. She testified to that.
The way we wrote the rule was it can be admitted through somebody deemed a custodian or somebody with knowledge tantamount to ensuring that it is a true and accurate recording and that they were in a position to know how the recordings work. And with that, this court overrules the objection, will allow the admission of this witness. If not a custodian, she has information and the knowledge of the admissible necessary elements to sponsor this exhibit. So it's admitted.
Okay, let's make sure.
Miss Carolyn, I just wanted to ask you, make sure on this exhibit 30, these 911 calls, you're familiar with how these were maintained back in 1995?
Yes,
Okay, you were just not, we're not the person that was responsible for sending these records out or making copies of them back in 1995.
that's correct.
But you worked in dispatch and you knew, about the reel that these calls were reported on, and you knew where those calls were stored at BPD.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Miss Carolyn, State's Exhibit 31, the transcript. So now I was going to ask you to take a look at that and compare it to the calls themselves.
yes.
And again, you did not prepare this transcript. That was done by someone many years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
But that being said, have you had a chance to compare the transcript versus what is on those calls and make sure that they are consistent?
Yes, they were very consistent.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 31, the transcript of those calls, is that a fair and accurate transcript of the 911 calls that are recorded on State's Exhibit 30?
Yes,
And would it be helpful for the jury if they were able to have that transcript available to see it so they could hear clearly as best they can, or see clearly as best they can what is being said on that 911 call?
yes.
Law for State's 31.
Same objection, Your Honor.
It is overruled. State's Exhibit 31 is admitted.
May we post, Judge?
You may.
This is State's Exhibit 30 for the record.
Now, what was your birthday? Okay, baby, you can calm down. I can't understand what you're saying. 10:05, Park Meadow. Okay, calm down. Okay, who's your sister? Catherine Edwards? Okay, you was over there with her. Why don't you think she's alive? Okay, but she's not been sick or anything? Okay, so 10:05 Park Meadow. Okay, I'll send them out.
Miss Carolyn, I just want to make sure, so that was the first call on that dispatch record. Was that the sister, Allison Brocato now that Edwards been?
Yes.
What's going on, man? Man, I can't understand. What? I can't understand what's going on. What's this address, dear? Man, what's going on? Oh, my daughter. What did your daughter do? Your daughter's been murdered? Get old Park Meadow. You know Park Meadow? Please. Get the EMS to 10:05. They all on the phone with them. Okay. Ma'am? Yes. Ma'am? Yes. Okay, who am I speaking with now? This is Jefferson House. I'm sorry, at 10:05 Park Meadow, I have a female on the line. She said her daughter's been murdered. Okay, we just got a call on that. You did? Yeah, we just got a call on. Okay. Okay. All right. She's still on the line. Okay. Is somebody there right now? We're sending officers out right now. Okay, well, we'll get them in. Okay, you can go ahead and disconnect. I'm gonna stay on the phone with her. Okay? Okay. I'm gonna call her back and I'll say anything, okay? So I'm trying to find out I've been having students.
Ms. Carolyn, is that, the dispatcher at the time trying to bridge fire department and call the Miss Edwards back?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything else?
I was gonna say that, what you hear is, like I stated in the beginning, we transfer the call to the fire department. So you heard Captain Huff answer the phone. Once she said that she had it, then we disconnect that call and we try calling back.
Gotcha. And you said Captain Huff, do you know who that was?
Yes,
You recognize the voice?
yes,
Is that Ann Huff?
yes,
Okay. And she was with the Beaumont Fire Department?
that's correct. She worked at fire dispatch.
Thank you.
If you want to have a call for, hello, this is Dorothy, I'm police here. Okay, ma'am, what's going on there? My daughter has been murdered. What's happening, ma'am? What's going on here? And found her, she's been caught, she's been tortured. Please don't was shot or what? We can't tell. Okay, hold on, Dorothy, on the phone, don't hang up, all right? Just trying to get it from there. Anyone else? I'll give her your back. She's, I think, under. I found her laying all the sideways over the back. Okay, is there anyone else in the house? My husband is here with me, so they found her. Okay, is there going on? Our daughter has been murdered. Okay, what's happened, ma'am? We came over here and found her. She's handcuffed. She's been tortured. Please, okay, we're sending someone, ma'am, to see what she shot or what? We can't tell. Okay, hold on for me. Stay on the phone. Don't hang up. Okay. Hello, there. Yeah. Okay, what do you mean she's handcuffed? I mean, look, she's just been so. You don't have me to go through this over the phone. And they're on their way. We're just trying to get information. Is there anyone else handcuffed behind her back? Okay. And she's, I think they drowned her. So I found her laying sideways over the bathtub. Okay. Is there anyone else in the house? My husband is here with me. Okay. He found her. Okay. But there was no one else in the house? No, she lives alone. Okay. But they just found her. Okay. Well, they're on their way right this minute, okay? Okay. Okay. All right. Give me all right. They're on their way. Okay. Okay, if you want to stay on the phone with me till they get there? Yeah. Okay. How long has it been since you've seen her? Well, her sister talked to her last night, sometime around 9. Did she say anything about anything going wrong? Or I don't know. So I'll have to talk to my other daughter. Did she have a boyfriend, maybe a fight or anything? Lives here. Nothing listed, okay, but nothing listed by her. Okay. But any friends? How long she lived in that apartment? For a long time. A long time? How old is 91? How old is 91? 31? Okay. And did she ever been married? No. Okay. Where do you live? Do you live here, Mama? Yeah. Okay. Has nobody that you know of heard from her today? No. She doesn't have to been trying to get her. I'm worried about my husband now. So where is he? He's right here. Okay, is he all right? No. No, would you be? No, we don't understand. I'm just trying to. Would you be? I understand, okay? Please, keep it trying to be helpful. I think y'all need to start the phone and bring slow for me, okay? You want to answer the line? All right.
Carolyn, there's 2 files on that state's exhibit 30, right?
Yes.
They reflect different lines and different transfers of these same
Of the
calls.
same call.
Is there anything specific on that second file that we didn't just hear here that you know of? Okay. And it's the mother, did she sound a lot, that she was in quite a bit of distress?
Yes,
There's times where you, had to listen very closely to hear what she was saying.
yes.
Let's just to make sure we got some of the basics here. Let's look at what's been admitted as States Exhibit 31. Is this the transcript of those 911 calls, Ms. Carroll?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, so looking at this right here, the first page of States Exhibit 31, is this the call from Catherine's sister, Allison Brocato?
Yes,
And she gives an address, it says 105 Meadow, but then they ask down here 105 Park Meadow. Is that right? Sorry, Miss Carolyn, how about that?
that's good.
105 Park Meadow is the address provided.
10:05.
10:05.
Sorry,
isn't it?
1005 Park Meadow, is that the address, Miss Carolyn?
Yes, sir.
And basically Allison is giving information that she just spoke with her parents and she thinks something terrible has happened at her sister Catherine's house.
Correct.
Okay, so then on the second page of States Exhibit 31, we get into the call from Mary Edwards, which is Catherine's mother, correct?
Yes,
And she provides the information that she found her daughter murdered, right?
yes, sir.
And then we go a little bit farther down. She gives the information 1005 Park Meadow is where the location is.
That's correct.
And I'm just trying to make sure I get the part where it was particularly muffled here, Miss Carolyn, but right here. We're farther down where she says, Miss Edwards says what? Right here.
That she's handcuffed behind her back. And I think they drowned her. We found her laying sideways over the bathtub.
Okay. So that was, and being on the kind of the front lines, is that kind of what dispatch's role is, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of times, is it fair to say that you got to get information from the dispatch side so that when the officers arrive, they know what to expect and they're not in immediate danger?
That's correct.
So this is really the first understanding we have in a lot of these, in 911 calls in general, but in this one specifically, of what the scene was and where Catherine's body was found.
That's correct.
Okay. Then we look farther down this page, and the dispatcher asks, this is a transfer to another call. The dispatcher asks, what happened? And what does Miss Edwards say?
We came over here and found her. She's handcuffed. She's been tortured. Please send someone over.
Then looking farther on the next page, is this something also that your role in dispatch is to do, is to get as much information about any potential other people that might be there, or dangers, or if they know who the person was that did it?
Correct. We need to know if anyone else was in the residence so that we can inform the police officers.
So is that what the 911 dispatcher here is doing?
Yes,
By the way, did you recognize the voices for those dispatchers?
yes, I did.
Who were they?
Dorothy Gray was the person that was speaking. When Miss Edwards' mother told her that she had been tortured.
Okay. And so the Miss Dorothy is asking here, was there anyone else in the house with her?
Correct.
And what does Miss Edwards say?
No, she lives alone. We just found her.
And then they asked right here, how long was it since you last seen her?
Correct.
And what did Miss Edwards say?
Her sister talked with her last night sometime around 9.
Miss Carolyn, you remember when this happened?
Yes, I do.
Was it something that stood out in a lot of people's memory?
Yes.
No further questions.
I figured you pass with it.
No further questions.
Just a couple of questions. You were one of the dispatchers that day?
No, sir, not on the actual call for Ms. Edwards. If I'm not mistaken, I worked evenings. This was the day shift and I came in that afternoon.
So you weren't one of the dispatchers, you were asked to listen to the tape and identify who was there. Basically, correct for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have anything to do with the investigation at all?
No, sir.
Okay. So all you did was they asked you to read the transcript, whether or not it was the same as the tape, the audio on the tape, and you work in dispatch. But you really didn't have anything to do with the case.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Subject to recall and under the rule of judge, I pass the witness.
All right, is this lady excused?
No further questions.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor.
We don't have any more questions. Yes,
Okay, she is excused.
please.
It's okay. So final answer.
Final answer.
All right, you are excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, sir. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Thank you, sir. The witness.
Merrell.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Merrell Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, where do you live right now?
I live in Conroe, 583 Brandon Road.
I noticed I heard at the door there was kind of wheel you around in a wheelchair. Do you have some health issues right now?
Yes, sir.
What kind of health issues do you have?
My heart's wearing out.
Yeah.
And a few other pieces of my body. And I can't travel very far on my own 2 feet.
So we're going to try to get you home as quickly as possible, okay?
Thank you for coming to get me.
Yes, sir. So back in January 14th of 1995 or 13th of 1995, let's start there. January 13th of 1995, where were you living?
I was living at 1003 Park Meadow.
Okay.
Get the number.
Who was your next door neighbor at 1005 Park Meadow?
Catherine Edwards,
Okay. Now, were those townhouses or apartments?
townhouse.
And were those townhouses located in Beaumont, Texas?
Yes,
Were they in Jefferson County, Texas?
yes.
So how long had you lived beside Mary Catherine Edwards?
I think I've been in there 5, 6 years. My wife had been in there 5 or 6 years before me.
Okay. And how long had Catherine been there?
She was a tenant of our association president, and she and her sister had been there 3, 4 years, maybe longer.
Okay. In January, was her sister still living there or had her sister moved out?
No, she had married and moved out.
Okay. So Mary Catherine Edwards was living alone.
Yes.
How well did you know Catherine?
as neighbors, as seen in the front yard. She had a dog, Maggie, and we had 2 dogs, and we would take them out, and the dogs would play together, and we would stand there and talk.
She, nice person.
Sweet as you could be.
Did you know what she did for a living?
I believe she was a teacher.
Now, during the time that you lived next to her, can you remember any disturbances other than this incident?
Well, there was always something happening on our street.
Yes, sir.
As far as, people coming and going.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about Mary Catherine Edwards.
Not really, no.
So let's talk about January 13th, 1995, or January 14th, early morning hours. Who was at your townhouse?
My wife, Deborah, and I.
Okay. Was there anybody staying with you?
I think Charlie Wick was, W-I-C-H.
Did he have a son that was staying with him? Matthew?
I couldn't tell you right now whether Matthew was with us at that time or not.
Okay.
He came and he went.
Okay. Well, I have Matthew here, but you remember Charlie staying with you?
Yes.
All right. Where did he stay?
In the front bedroom.
Now let's talk about the logistics of where your bedroom is in relation to where Mary Catherine Edwards' bedroom would have been. Do you know where that would have been?
I know exactly.
Okay. How did your bedroom align with where her bedroom was in her townhouse?
Side by side.
Was there anything between the two of you beside the wall?
Her closet
Right.
was on the wall that we shared.
Do they pretty much have the same layout in the townhouses?
No.
Okay. Were they exact opposites?
No, the master bedroom was beside us.
Okay.
And her bath was shared with the front bedroom.
Okay. That morning, early morning hours, did you hear something that caused you to wake up?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was that you heard?
Oh, may I just say it in my words?
Sure.
Deborah was laying there beside me, and I was closest to the Catherine wall. And about 1:30, 2:00, we just sat up in the bed, and we both found ourselves looking at the wall.
Why were you looking at the wall?
We both heard 2 or 3 thumps. Boom, boom, boom. Not real loud, not enough, and it didn't continue where we'd go knock on her door.
Well, do you remember back in January 14th when you gave a statement to the police department?
We gave it many, many times. But yes,
Okay. Did you remember signing a written statement?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember in that written statement telling Detective Bowles that this continued, the noises against the wall continued for 60 to 90 seconds?
Do I remember that? No.
Yes, sir.
Other than reading it in my statement.
Okay. So would you have told Detective Bowles that if it wasn't true at the time?
No, I would not have.
Okay. So at that time, you remembered, and January 14th, would you remember it'd been better than it is today of the incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So back then, when you told the detective it happened, it occurred for 60 to 90 seconds. That's a pretty good stretch of time, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said that it was coming against the wall. Did it sound like somebody was kicking the wall?
Not that wall.
Okay, what wall? Oh, a wall?
A wall.
Okay, you couldn't tell. It wasn't exactly that wall, but it was a wall.
Yeah.
And so this went on for a little while. Did you hear anything else, like any screams or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
All right. So you and your wife are hearing all this, and it caused you to sit up. What did you do after you heard those noises?
Well, they ceased. And we went back to sleep. It was not enough and continued long enough to go where we're going to go bang on our, neighbor's front door. So we stopped.
So after you heard all that, y'all went back to sleep.
Yeah.
Now, next morning, everything was normal, is that right?
Yes,
What about that afternoon?
we had gone to work at our office on Saturday as we normally did.
Yes, sir.
Came home after lunch. And we couldn't get within 2 to 3 blocks of our house.
What was going on?
Well, there were police officers, other cars, the news media, everyone was there, it seemed like.
And did you
We
finally
walked up to our house, we parked
Yes, sir.
at a distance away, walked up to the house. The neighbor on the other side of Catherine came up and told us what happened. And asked us whether we'd seen Maggie, the dogs, and we hadn't. And we let our dog, one of our dogs go, who ran with Maggie all the time. Every time we were out and they were out, they played together.
Right.
And she went and found Maggie a row or two of houses over and brought her back.
So at some point in all the chaos, Mary Catherine's dog had gotten loose.
Yes,
Okay. So let me, you didn't see anything that night, is that right?
nothing.
Didn't look out the window to check and see if there was anything outside?
Nope, never got out of bed.
And you said that it's normal for there to be some activity out on the streets at night in your neighborhood?
Oh, yes.
At all hours of the night or just certain
All
hours?
hours of the
So hearing a car driving by or driving off wouldn't have been anything to wake you up, would it?
it was a continual process.
But the sound that you heard coming from Mary Catherine's bedroom was different, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That woke you up.
It did.
I'll pass it.
Just have a couple of questions, Mr. Cooper, and if you don't understand, stop me, okay? Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
State asked you in reference to noises that you heard, and you said that you heard a lot of noises in your neighborhood. Activity, I think you called it. What type of activity were you talking about?
We had, half of the properties there were rental properties.
Okay,
So people came to me
okay.
at all
And,
hours of the night. They had visitors.
and how did you know that was going on? Did you hear them, or did you get up and see them, or did you disturb the peace? And that's 3 questions I just asked you. So I guess I'll just start with one. Did you get up out of bed or go out and see?
No, we did not.
But you could hear
We
the
heard-
activities.
We heard that short amount of noise. And that was it.
No. Let me step back a little bit. I want to talk about generally, because you made a statement to Mr. Laird about noises or activities you heard in the neighborhood before this all happened. Remember talking about that?
We hear noises all the time.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get at. What type of noises were you hearing? You said you had
Cars
renters?
starting,
Okay,
people slamming doors,
okay,
just the general, people coming and going.
okay. Loud voices,
Sometimes,
parties.
sometimes,
So, and that's because there were renters around there, correct?
homeowners had it too, but mostly the renters.
And was it ever that loud that you would have to get out of bed or call the police?
We never called the police and all the time we were there.
Okay. Now, that night, you said that you and Deborah, would that be your wife?
Yes.
Okay. You all were in bed and you heard thumping noise,
Mhm.
but you didn't get up.
We did not.
Okay. Did you hear any music or anything or any vehicles leaving?
No, we were on the backside.
Okay.
Did not hear anything.
Where your bed was and your headboard up against the wall, What was on the other side of that wall?
My headboard wall,
Yes,
outside my patio,
okay. And to the wall closest to you in the bed, what did that butt up to?
her wall,
Okay, and you're saying that was the closet wall?
yes.
How did you know it was the closet wall?
Because later, Mr. Wick ended up renting that unit
Okay,
when it became available.
Okay.
And as a good friend, we were back and forth.
you said that Mr. Wick was over there in the other bedroom?
Front
That
bedroom.
night,
Front bedroom,
front bedroom that night? You think?
yes.
Okay, and you're not sure if his son was there or not?
Charlie traveled all the time.
Okay. Prior to January 14th of 95, how long had you lived in that townhouse?
As I stated, Deborah was there 5 years before me or more.
Okay.
She and her first husband finished it out. It was being built and moved into there.
When you moved in, was Miss Edwards living there next door to you? Do you remember?
No, there was another tenant there.
So you weren't there when Miss Edwards and her sister lived there, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I was there for that.
Okay, so,
But prior to that, there was another tenant living there.
okay. So you were there when they moved in?
Yeah,
Did you ever hear noise from their apartment? That's the Edwards apartment.
not really. They were pretty quiet.
And I believe you stated that you would talk to her,
Yes,
and that would be outside, just random things.
yes.
After all this was said and done, is there anything unusual that you would have thought about or said, hey, that didn't look right, or things like that afterwards?
Not really.
And my question is, you're playing Monday morning quarterback and you're going back to, well, you know, a couple months before that, there was a problem there, or I saw this, that kind of concerned me. Nothing at all.
Other than, she had a boyfriend or two
Okay,
that would end up parking in front of our house at times.
and parking was short. I
Oh,
mean,
yes.
but other than that, there was nothing out of anything else.
Nothing. I remember.
Subject to recall, Your Honor, I pass the witness. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
I have nothing further. Can this man be excused? Please, Judge. You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The state calls Allison Brocato.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, counsel. Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name? Okay. Allison, if you could pull,
Yeah, her voice is soft.
yes, sir. Could you pull the mic closer to you and speak a little bit louder?
Okay.
Are you related to Mary Catherine Edwards?
Yes, she was my twin sister.
And you used to go by the name of Allison Edwards? Okay, and how old are you and she?
60,
And she was, and y'all were born to, who are your parents?
Mary Ann and Lum Edwards.
Okay, and did y'all have any siblings?
We had an older brother, Lum.
Okay. And are your parents deceased?
No. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. And is Lum,
Yes, he passed.
and when did Lum pass away?
He passed in 2022.
Okay.
Correct, from COVID.
And when did,
That Love June.
yes, sir.
Oh, my dad.
No, your brother.
It's confusing.
Yes, I'm sorry.
My brother died 2 years ago.
Okay. And when did your parents pass?
My mom passed when she was 80, about 8 years ago. And then my dad died about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, from a stroke.
Okay. All right. And did you grow up with your sister?
Very much so.
Okay. Were you all close?
Yes, that's an understatement. Yes, very, very.
You all talk, I mean, throughout your lives, did y'all talk constantly?
Yes.
And for a while there, y'all went to school together.
Mhm.
You have to speak out loud. You have to say words. You have to say yes or no
Yes.
because of the court reporter. Okay. And where did y'all go to school?
We went to Sally Curtis Elementary, and then we went to Marshall Junior High, and then we went to Forest Park High School, and we went to Lamar University.
Okay. And did after you got out of Lamar University, let's start off with Catherine. Did Catherine get a job?
Yes.
Okay.
She
What,
got a job. She taught 5th grade at Price Elementary School,
and
which she loved, and she was fabulous at it.
okay, did her kids love her?
Yes, she called them her kids, and she talked about them all the time. Yes,
And and was that 5th grade?
that was 5th grade.
Yes. And how long had she done that before she passed?
Oh, about 15 years, 15 years.
Okay. All right. And did you also become a teacher?
Yes, I taught kindergarten at Amelia, and then I taught I teach at All Saints now, and I taught at Regina Howe.
Okay.
And she taught 5th grade, and I taught kindergarten.
All right.
So we're about to-
And y'all were identical twins?
Yes,
And there are times, would y'all see your different students out in the store? Okay.
we would both see our kids out in the world, and mine were young, they were 5, and they didn't really understand what twins were. And she would see my kids, and they'd say, "Miss Edwards," and she would acknowledge them like she was me, and I would see her kids out, and the same thing would happen, and I would acknowledge hers, pretending to be her. And so,
Y'all look that much alike?
yes,
Okay. And you said your relationship was close.
extremely,
And did you know what was going on with Catherine in her life?
always.
In the last few years, had Catherine become spiritual or very connected with?
Yes, in her last couple of years of her life, she was always searching for something to, I think, make her feel complete. And in the last couple of years of her life, she had made a deep connection with Jesus, and she went to a Bible study, and it was a very, very important part of her life, and it filled her with such joy and light, and she was really in a beautiful place.
Was she also into shepherding other people down the
Always.
creek?
Always, wherever we went, she just was always very nurturing and loving to people. And if anyone had a problem, they would come to her, and she would talk to strangers and make friends with people and compliment people, and just was an amazing person.
Was she very trusting of other people?
Extremely trusting.
Even when she-
Even, and I would say I was too at that time.
Even to the point where she probably shouldn't have been?
Yes, I would tell her things that I would think, she would walk her dog at night alone, and I would tell her that was not a good idea, or she would sit outside at a park and read by herself, and I would tell her that wasn't really a good idea, but she just loved nature, and she was very trusting, and it made her happy to do that, so that's how she was.
And you mentioned her dog, did she have a beagle?
Maggie was her doggie, and Maggie was amazing and that was her company and she took care of Maggie and, by the time Catherine, well, I had children and I took off of teaching and Catherine worked at Price, which is across town, and she didn't have a place for her dog. So Maggie would come to our house every day and Catherine would drop her off. And then we would take care of her and she would come back every afternoon and pick her up and, go. But so I got to see her all the time and we talked all the time.
Were your parents close with you and Catherine as well?
Yes, we were always very, a close-knit family, always, and, we were each other's best friends and, yeah.
After you got out of college, did you and Catherine live together?
Yes, yes.
Tell the jury about that.
When we graduated from college and we got our teaching jobs, and we immediately, wanted to move out and we found a really neat place to live in Old Town. And my poor parents, I mean, we got a job, moved, and we were out of the house within a week after we got out. And we lived together forever, it seemed like, but it wasn't that long. But we were together for many, many years and had the most amazing, joyous time together. And then we moved from Old Town to Park Meadow. And it was my uncle's condominium, and we moved in there. And we were there until I got married. And then I got married and I moved, with my husband.
Okay, all right, let's back up. Do you recall when y'all moved into the condo on Park Meadow?
I would say, I don't remember the exact year, but I would say it was 89.
Okay, and so you lived with Catherine up until the time you got married to Jim Brocato, is that correct? Okay. And do you recall when you moved out from the condo with Catherine?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It was right after I got married.
Okay. And what was the date? What time, sort of timeline?
We're talking June 22nd, 1991.
Okay. All right. And then Catherine continued to live in that condo, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you're familiar with the layout of that
Very
condo?
much.
All right. During the period of time, did Catherine date or see different people throughout the time that you were aware of?
Mhm.
You have to speak out loud.
I'm sorry. Yes, she
Okay.
had a couple of boyfriends. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Through those years.
And those were like normal, dating type situation. And one of them who ended up being an initial suspect was by the name of David Perry. Is that correct? They had dated on and off for a long time. Is that?
Very much.
And is it fair to say that sometimes or David's relationship with her was a little contentious and not healthy?
It could be.
Yes.
Young and immature.
Right. And at some point she broke up with him. Is that correct?
Yes, she
All right. And after this happened, you actually thought he might be a suspect as well as other people. Is that correct? And you understand he was looked at.
Right.
And he was ruled out.
Right.
All right. Okay. Was it normal on the weekends that you and your family would get together?
It kind of became a tradition or a habit every week. We would get together on Saturdays, many Saturdays, and eat lunch together. And that was kind of a routine thing that we did, and we even continued it after that. Yes.
You enjoyed it?
Yes.
You enjoyed your time with your parents, and you enjoyed your time with your brother and your sister.
And I had a new baby at the time, Anna, and she was 9 months old. So we all just wanted to be together a lot, and having a daughter, and we just got together every Saturday and did something.
And
be together.
And did your parents enjoy seeing their kids again on that Saturday?
Yes, yes.
All right. And back on, going back to high school, you went to Forest Park High School,
I went to Forest Park.
as did Catherine.
Yes.
and that was previous to it becoming Westbrook High School. Was there a person that went to high school with you by the name of Diana Dalio?
Yeah,
Okay. During high school, was Diana Dalio friends with you and Catherine?
yes, she was.
Did you become aware of a person that she was friends or dating with during high school by the name of Clayton Foreman?
Yes,
Eventually, after high school, did Diana Dalio get married to Clayton Foreman?
yes, she,
As part of her wedding, were you and Catherine asked to be bridesmaids in that wedding? And did you all in fact go be bridesmaids?
we were bridesmaids.
You recall what year that was when y'all got married? When they got married? Yes.
We graduated in 81. I think it was 82.
Okay. All right. But that, if Diana came and testified, she would be able to identify that date a little bit better.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Were y'all friends with Clayton Foreman at all?
No,
Okay. Y'all just knew Clayton Foreman through Diana Dalio.
yes.
On January 13th of 1995, did you have was that a Friday? And y'all were supposed to have your family get together on Saturday on January 14th?
Yes.
Did you talk to Catherine on that day?
13?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And how was that? What was the reasons you were talking to her?
She came to drop off her dog, and she came to pick her up, and we just always talked when she picked us up, when she picked up the dog, and she always visited with Anna, the baby, and she just seemed kind of sad that day, and I think she had a fight with Billy Perry the night before. So I was just kind of trying to make sure she was okay, and we talked, but she was in a hurry.
All right. All right. She had dropped her dog off at your house because she was doing what?
She was going to work.
Okay. Right.
She was going to work.
And then
On Friday morning, as she always did.
right.
And she would probably zoom in late and run in and drop the dog off.
Right.
The way she'd leave. Then she'd come back
Right.
about 4 and pick up the dog. And usually same visit.
And regarding that, she was upset about some sort of conversation she had with David Perry.
Yeah.
She had called him in relation to a person dying, a Bobby Neff, or one of the Neffs. Is that correct?
He died.
Okay. Was that, or was it something else? Okay.
Something.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. And so when was the last time you talked? Did she have any when's the last time that you talked to your sister?
I talked to her about 8 o'clock on 13th.
Okay. Was that normal?
Hold on,
Very normal.
hold on, yeah, AM, PM.
I'm sorry, PM,
Thank you.
evening,
Thank you.
Okay.
Friday evening,
Thanks, Judge.
about 8 PM.
And
And we always talked before bed. We probably talked 6 or 7 times a day, but it always before bed, and we talked.
okay.
And
Was there anything that raised your concern in the conversations you had the last
not at
time?
all. She had gone out to eat and got Italian food and was having a quiet evening and doing her Bible study and about to go to bed.
Okay. Next morning. How'd it start?
It started like a normal morning, and we got up, did our normal thing. Always called Catherine first thing, wanted to touch base about plans, lunch, going to the movie. So I called her and she didn't answer. So I didn't really think too much of it, but then I continued to call her over and over, and she never answered. And this was back in the day of rotary on Clayton, And she had an answering machine and I left lots of messages.
Oh.
And she was very good about checking her machine and calling me back.
Okay. And
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Allison, but that was back we didn't have cell phones back then.
no cell phone back then.
Okay, and so you'd call a landline and you'd leave a message, and there'd be a machine that would, in case everybody doesn't remember, there would be a machine that would take down your message,
Right.
and so
Hey, Catherine, where are you? Call me back.
right, and then if she got the
Where
message,
are you?
but that was sort of abnormal though that she didn't.
Very,
Okay,
really unsettling.
okay,
Didn't seem right.
all right. So as the day went, what happened then?
Well, we ended up going over to my mom and dad's house. And Catherine wasn't there and none of us had been able to. My brother was there. My mom and dad were there. Jim was there and my Anna was there, my baby. And mom and dad were there and we had got McDonald's or something. And we couldn't get Catherine. So I remember telling my dad, she might be cooking for Lania because she was in the league. And I said, why don't you go to St. Andrews and see, maybe she's doing that. That would be a reason she wouldn't answer the phone and you don't get finished till noon. So he got in the car and go down and she wasn't there. And as time went by,
Okay, because that's what dads do is they go and they worry about their daughters.
they worry about their daughters. And my dad was very protective and was always worried about us and always, especially her Lum. He did not like that at all. And so he came back and she wasn't there. I mean, she wasn't at St. Andrew's church. And he came back and we were all trying not to freak out. I remember like, keep it together, you know, she's gonna be okay, something, she's just out of touch or something. So mom and dad decided they were gonna go ahead and go check on Catherine. So I gave them my key and it was nap time for Anna. So we went ahead and left and went to our house. And my brother did too. And so they left.
Okay, backing up.
Yeah.
Your parents did not have a key to Catherine's condo.
As far as I can remember.
Okay, but you did.
I did.
Okay, and so you gave your dad the key to Catherine's condo.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and they were going to go over and check on Catherine.
Right.
And so you were going back to your house because it was Anna's nap time.
Right.
And all right, so then what happened?
So I go home and I don't hear from my parents and I don't hear from my parents. So I call my sister's house. And in the meantime, Jim had gone walking with his parents at the mall. So Anna and I are just kind of toddling around. And so I call and my dad answered the phone. And he was frantic. And he said, your sister's dead, your sister's dead. So I said, do you want me to call 911? And he said, yes. So I called 911. And then I hung up from him, not knowing what was going on. And finally, I called my brother, and he lived around the corner. So he came over, and we were just hysterical and crying. And then my dear friend Mary Brocato lived around the corner, my sister-in-law. They come over because I was alone and Jim was at the mall. So they came over to comfort me, and I think Walter went to go get Jim at the mall to tell him what happened. And in the meantime, we're all just frantically crying and upset, not knowing what happened or anything. So the afternoon's taken on, and then the next thing we know, my mom and dad drove up. And told us there were no words. She was dead. That was all that mattered. I didn't know how, what, or anything. So we just cried in the front yard, all of us. And then we just moved in the house because we were, can't imagine. And then Dad hit the door frame somehow at the house and his glasses were broken. And I remember we just cried. We just sat in my living room and cried and cried and cried. And forever I didn't know what happened to her. It was just that she was gone was all I knew. And then we just, I don't know. We just did, but I don't even remember. Everybody started coming over and bringing us food and.
When, did you become aware that your mom had called 911 as well?
No, I didn't know.
But when you talked to your dad, when your dad told you about his daughter, had you ever heard your dad like that?
Never. I could do it. No, it was horrible. They were never the same. I think they died a little bit too, and she did. They were never the same. But we decided as a family after that happened that we were gonna not let what happened kill us too. And that we were gonna live to honor her, and that's what we always did after that.
After that, did you have another daughter?
Yes.
What's her name?
Yes, her name. After my sister. She never got to know her. My oldest was 9 months old and she was her godmother and she never got to know her either. That's the worst part. And then my children never got to know her. Jesus. So we always talk about her and they know about her from me and my parents.
Yep.
It's not fair.
Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
We met a couple of weeks ago, so you remember that?
Yes,
Remember I showed you some pictures of your sister?
yes, yes.
And I asked that you recognize these photographs.
Okay.
Most of you what's been marked as stage 39, do you recognize that picture?
Have you?
Fair and accurate photo. Yeah. Stage 40, what's stage 40 a picture of?
That's when my nephew was born. Yeah, that's all of us.
Your sister and you and your
Yes, my
your
brother.
fair and accurate photo.
Fair and accurate photo.
Stage 41, you recognize that?
That's Carolyn as a teacher with her students. Yes, that's
Okay.
Kathy.
That's her class.
That's a class.
Fair and accurate photo.
Fair and accurate.
And stage 42 is a picture of the front part of a manual. It says Trojan 81 and some pictures. Do you recognize these? Okay, is that a picture of the front of your 81
Yearbook,
horsepower?
yes. And they switched our pictures. So proud and loved my picture. They put Catherine's name underneath and Catherine was me in the yearbook. They switched them.
So these are a fair and accurate photograph of
Very fair and accurate, even though they're switched. Yes.
Right, Allison, I need a little help here. I need to be able to finish my question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I say something. So this is a fair and accurate photograph of all of your yearbook photos, is that correct?
Yes,
And you're saying that the two pictures of you and Catherine and Forest Park, somebody was mischievous and switched y'all's photos. Okay, all right. There's also a picture of Diana Dalio, I believe, in here. And I'll cover that there. All right. And then I asked you to do a diagram of yours and Catherine's condo, but also in at the time Catherine's condo.
yes, yes.
And you drew one, and then I guess we computerized it, but this, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 43 and 44. You recognize those two diagrams?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
They
do they fairly depict the condo of Catherine Edwards at the time?
very accurate, yes.
Tender to the defense, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 40.
Objection states 39 to 44, who's the judge?
And that
I think
referring to
that's-
states exhibits 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44. Without objection, they are admitted.
Permission to publish anything?
That is allowed.
This is states 39, is that a picture of your sister Carolyn?
That is a picture of my sister Kat.
States 40,
That's a picture of my sister Catherine.
all right, if I may, which one is you and which one's her?
I'm in the polka dots on the left
That's you,
and Catherine's on the right.
and that's you. And is that your brother,
That's my brother.
this Lum Jr.?
Yes.
States 41. Is that a picture of your sister
That
Carolyn?
is Catherine.
And is that her 5th grade class?
That is her 5th grade class.
Page 42. This is a picture of the Forest Park, front of the Forest Park yearbook from 1981, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And we've selected a page from it. And this is the picture of you two, Catherine and Allison Edwards, but you say the pictures are switched in reverse order.
Yes, they are. That is a picture of her.
And just to show for right now, but we'll cover it later with other people, but these are the. I think that's not, that's complicated. Yeah. I'll put that like that. Okay. This is the first floor of the apartment, of the condo, I'm sorry, with that being the front door, these being the stairs, den, patio, garage, is that correct?
That is correct.
Then 44 is a diagram of the second floor with stairs, guest bedroom, bathroom, and the main bedroom. And this is the bedroom where Catherine would have resided, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And in the guest bedroom, did Catherine use that bedroom for hobbies and stuff?
Yeah, the extra bedroom was unoccupied and she would keep her clothes, suitcases. She had a desk in there, yes.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Brocato. Sorry for your loss in 30 years and never easy, but I do have questions
Okay,
and they may be a little bit tough.
okay,
Answer them to the best of your ability. I'm
Okay.
not trying to be personal or anything like that, okay?
okay.
You did write a statement out to police after this incident, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then it was about 3-page.
Yes,
Okay, do you have a chance to review that?
not in this.
30 years.
Yeah,
If you need to read it to yourself to refresh your memory, just let me know.
okay.
You and your sister, did you all live together over on Meadow, View or
We
Meadow?
lived together on Park Meadow, yeah.
Park Meadow, yep. And do you know when you moved in, approximately what year it was?
Approximately 1988, 89, something like that. I'm not exactly sure.
And this happened in 1995?
Yeah.
When did you move out?
I moved out June 22nd, 1991, when I got married.
And Catherine stayed there by herself?
Catherine stayed there by herself.
Were you living in the guest room in the front of the house?
No, I was not.
So you switched, or she switched bedrooms to the back?
Yes, she did.
During that time, Catherine dated several people, correct?
Correct.
When did David Perry come into the picture?
David Perry was her college boyfriend.
What year was that?
I can't tell you the date. 83, 84.
Okay. And when you moved in 1988, was he still her boyfriend?
No, he was not.
You know when they broke up prior to that? And it goes into depth in your statement, but do you know roughly when, and just guesstimates of how long before you all moved over that you broke up?
They broke up about 1986.
And it was an on and off relationship even after that.
It was an on again, off again relationship. They had a lot of love for each other and it's hard for them to let go of each other. Yes.
And in fact, would you agree with me at times, it got a little bit scary between her and, David?
At times.
There was physical violence.
I wouldn't, no, I'm not gonna say there was physical violence. He did not hit her. No, there was one incident.
Was that when he strangled her or tried to strangle her?
I don't remember saying that. I don't remember that I remember they had a heated fight one time and then he was trying to accosted her.
Pushed her down?
Yeah.
Okay. And
But
he would,
wasn't a violent.
and I don't want to go into it too much, but he was stalking her. He would come over to your house on 5th and North Street, the apartment before.
I would not say he was stalking her, no.
Right.
He did on one occasion, he was there, yes, uninvited.
Okay. He'd drive by the house. Y'all lived at 5th and North, correct?
Yes.
Apartment. He'd come by and drive by, correct?
At times, yes.
He would phone and hang up
I don't remember phoning and hanging up.
if it was reflected in your report, in your
I don't
statement
remember that.
30 years ago, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to Catherine's passing, did you and Catherine have a conversation in that she was getting back with David?
No. We had a conversation that they were breaking up for good.
They were breaking up for good.
And that's why they had a really heated argument the Thursday night before she died. And it was it. That was it. They were done. Forever.
They were gone, but I guess when did she decide to make it another try?
Off and on periodically
Okay.
through the years.
Now, during that time, there was also another person that came into light to everybody by the name of McCann, correct?
Michael McCann.
And they started seeing each other.
But yes,
And was he a local boy?
he was a dear friend of our friend Mary Brocato.
Okay.
And they were old college, not old college, but they were old family friends. And Catherine had met him through Mary at a wedding. And
Was that in Galveston?
yes.
Okay.
But Catherine
And
wasn't seeing anyone.
they kind of hit it off together.
They hit it off, yes.
They did. Was he in the picture at the time of her passing in 1995?
He had come at Christmas. And it might have been right after Christmas, he had come to meet the family. And it was right at the beginning of their relationship. He was a really wonderful man and she loved him dearly, and it was right at the beginning of a relationship.
And in between that time, though, at the same time, David Perry, basically, wasn't accepting that, was he?
I don't remember that. I don't remember because they really, at that time, they were not together or had even been together at all. And I don't know, I think she definitely told him that she was with somebody serious and that they were over. And I don't think he necessarily liked it, no.
He didn't like it, and they did have communications back and forth. And according to what you said back then, she was trying to break it off and to get it through that she was, I guess, getting on with her life.
Right, but she never dated Michael McCann and she wasn't dating David at that time at all. They hadn't been together as a couple in years and years. And they did talk on the phone sometimes, and you might meet up with him at times, and yes, sometimes you can live there.
You married or moved out of the house in 1986?
I moved out and married in 1991.
91. During that time period, did your sister and you go out and at night sometimes?
During the time I was married,
No, before you got married.
we went out some, but not a lot, no.
Okay. After you got married, did you all ever go out at night together?
Not together. We went to Bible study together.
Okay.
We might go celebrate friends' birthdays together. Yeah,
You remember telling the police that you all, I guess, or maybe it was just Catherine, would go to the Sundance Club?
yes, we would. That was long before I was with Jim though.
Okay.
This was when we lived on North and Fifth.
Right. Do you know whether or not she frequented clubs or went out at night, socially? To clubs?
She didn't go out to clubs unless we were all together as friends. We did not, after we all graduated from college, we didn't continue going to clubs. No. She did not go to clubs.
No, didn't go to any clubs at all.
Not after we graduated college. We might have for a ride. I think after about the red, a bunch of us went out, but no, that was not our norm. No.
Okay. Miss Dalio,
Yes,
you were part of her wedding,
yes.
but did not know Clayton.
Didn't know him well, not at all, really, no.
Even when they were dating prior to being married?
Diana and I were not best friends. We were close, but we didn't really socialize together. And she was shyer and shy. She was shy, and I didn't. No, we did not. No.
They married in 82. I guess it was right out of high school.
Yes.
Did you associate with her at all after they got
Yeah.
married?
Yes.
Okay, and how
We
did,
both had kids. She had a child. We were in different places in our life.
okay,
So I didn't really see her very much. She was married and had a child, and I was still not married and more single than she was, and we really were at different places. So we might go to lunch for a birthday. But no, we didn't talk on the phone, often at all. And
how about Catherine?
no,
She didn't
No.
keep up with her at all?
not as much. No, we just didn't.
Okay.
We were just in different places in our lives.
And any times that you can remember when you talked to Miss Dalio, Denise, right? What was her name? Diana?
Diana.
Diana. not Denise. Did Clayton's name ever come up?
I honestly don't remember. I
Nothing
cannot
that you
tell
can
yes
remember at
or
all?
No, because I do not remember that his name ever came up.
Ever came up?
We didn't really talk about it, no.
Do you know whether or not Catherine has ever talked to her, or do you ever remember Catherine saying anything about Clayton?
No.
How often did you go over to the townhouse that you all lived in?
Frequently, at least once a week.
After this incident, did you have a chance to go back into the townhouse?
After the murder?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. When you went through the front door, how long after this happened did you go back, did you go back in there?
I don't remember.
A day, couple days, whatever, one initial?
Well, the police invited me for a sit down around the kitchen table after it happened, yes.
Okay.
2 or 3 days after it happened. So that was my first encounter after it happened. Then my brother and I cleaned it out
Okay.
later.
Downstairs, did you see anything misplaced or anything that looked out of the ordinary when you went back in there? Compared to,
I wasn't looking, I
okay,
really honestly know.
okay. I mean, I'm talking, we can only talk one at a time,
I'm sorry.
okay? Yep, that's fine. I'm talking now prior to what happened and afterwards when you went back in with the police around the kitchen table. You didn't see anything that stuck out in your mind or anything different, like there was a fight or a wreck or things kicked over or anything like that downstairs? That you can remember.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair enough, all
I
right?
don't remember.
Did you go upstairs?
No, not
Okay.
at first. No.
Okay. After you got up there, did you see anything out of the
Well,
ordinary?
there was no mattress on the bed and it,
Okay.
yes. It was
Okay.
very out of the ordinary.
So it showed that there was a police investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Besides the mattress and the covers and things, did you go into any of the other rooms to see if there was anything out of the ordinary?
We cleaned the whole house out, so I was in every room and no,
Okay.
nothing seemed, it was definitely in disarray from what all the people that had been there and there were no sheets, there were nothing, the bed was gone, it was,
Okay.
yeah, it was disarray, yes.
You know whether or not after you talked to Catherine that night, she had left her townhouse? Do you know personally?
I know she walked her dog. Once she was home for the night, she was home and she knew that. Just
But you
walk
don't
her.
know if she left besides that, besides walking her dog?
No. I wouldn't expect her to have done that.
And I know you wouldn't expect her, but you don't know.
No, I don't.
Okay. In reference to the dog, do you know where the dog was found the next day?
When they opened the door, the dog ran out frantically,
Okay.
right, and was running around the neighborhood. And her neighbor across the street grabbed it and kept it in her townhouse.
What neighbor was that?
Mrs. Foxworth, she's
Oh.
long since passed away. She
Okay.
lived across the street. An elderly lady,
Couple more questions.
okay?
Did you ever meet Mr. Cooper, Merrell Cooper? He just testified here. He was a neighbor at the time.
No, never met him.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he lived next to you at the time that y'all were moving there or were living there?
We did not know them next door. I did not. He could have lived there. I do not know.
Didn't associate?
No, we never saw them. So it's not that we didn't.
There was a statement made by Mr. Cooper that there was a lot of activity at night in that area in reference to renters, music, parties, door slamming, parked cars. Was that the same as when you were living there?
There was always commotion on that. There was always cars, lots of cars, people parking.
Was it a through street or was it
No,
a dead
it was
end?
a side street.
It was a
It was a little side street.
side, a cul-de-sac
And
like,
all the-
or?
All the streets are just.
Okay.
Hmm.
So a lot of commotion, a lot of people
Well,
around.
there were cars there and you didn't have a lot of room to park, so people would park on the front. I wouldn't.
Right. But a lot of people moving around, a lot of noise. It wasn't a quiet neighborhood.
I wouldn't say it was a noisy neighborhood by any means. There were a lot of elderly people and young people with apartments, but it was mostly elderly.
Okay.
So no, I don't think it was.
To the best of your knowledge, she went out and walked her dog that night.
Yes. She told me she was going to.
Subject to recall, Your Honor, I pass the witness. Thank you, Mr. Bitter.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And this lady, excused?
Yes, Your Honor, and may I talk to Mr. Burbank for just a second?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you. Sir.
Can you state your name for the record, please? Mr. Wick, can you scoot a little bit closer towards that microphone there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Where do you live? Back in January 14th of 1995, where were you living?
Park Meadow Drive, 1003.
Who were you living with?
Larry and Deborah Cooper, and then my dad,
Who was your dad's name?
Charles Wick.
Let me make sure. Can you speak just a little bit closer? I don't know if everybody can hear everything you're saying, but I want to make sure. So how old were you in 1995, January 14th of 1995?
Well,
Were you going to school back then?
this is middle school.
Okay. Did you know that there was a lady living next door to Mr. Cooper by the name of Catherine Edwards?
Yes, sir.
And being 12 years old, did you ever have any interactions or contact with Catherine Edwards?
Yes, sir.
What kind of contact did you have?
Played with her dog, and she was a teacher, so I asked her questions if I had questions on homework.
Did she help you out?
Yes, sir.
What kind of lady was she?
Sweet as pie.
So where were you and your dad sleeping at the Coopers?
Upstairs, if you come up the stairs, we're on the left at the front of the house. Our wall was the wall that was up against the side, like where the stairs of her house were.
Okay. So it was towards the front of her place where the stairs were?
Yeah.
All right. And about early morning hours of January 14th, 1995, did something wake you and your dad up?
Yeah, about 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, woke up to sounded like somebody kicking a wall or beating on a wall. Happened a couple times and stopped. Happened a couple more and then stopped. Went and used the restroom.
Let's talk about when you say it happened a couple of times. What do you mean it happened a couple of times?
You heard boom, 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 then pause.
How loud was it?
Went up.
I think you told the police that it was you thought it was your dad.
Yeah, I figured it was him, sleeping, kicking in the sleep or dreaming or whatever. And that's what it sounded like, somebody kicking a wall or beating a wall.
Okay, so it was loud enough that you thought it could have been your dad.
Yeah.
So you heard that a couple of times, then it stopped. How long in between do you think it was between the one kicking and the next?
Couple seconds.
Couple of seconds. So it kicked, then it stopped, and it kicked again.
Kick, or bang, 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 and
Okay.
then stop. And then a couple seconds later, a couple more, and then it stopped for a while.
Okay. Did you hear anything after that for a little while?
Not for a little while.
Okay. What was the next thing you heard?
Kind of the same sound, but it traveled. It wasn't in one spot. Like somebody ran down the stairs.
Was it as loud as the other?
It was louder.
Louder? So did it seem like that the feet were hitting the stairs as it was going down?
Yeah, like somebody was running down a set of steps.
Well, like when you're laying in that bunk bed, can you tell when somebody's going down the stairs?
Yeah.
How?
The sound moves.
It moves from
Right.
top to bottom or beside you to the other side. So when it was moving, you said it was louder than the kicks that you heard. But did it sound like somebody was in a hurry to get down those stairs?
Yep.
And walking pretty much with authority to get down there?
Yes, sir.
So when you heard them come down the stairs, did you hear a door open or close?
Hear the front door close. That's it, and then car out front. That's what I mainly heard was the car.
When you mean car out front?
After you heard the noise go down the steps, then I heard, like a radio outside, like a car stereo, and then you heard the door close, and seen the car, like you see the lights out of the blinds, car leave.
Okay, the car drove off. All right. So you didn't look out the window?
No, sir.
Now yours, the window where you were at, was there a window in that room?
Yes,
Where did it face?
street.
Okay, so the Coopers would have been the back of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would have been able to hear the street more than the Coopers would have.
Right.
And when you heard that noise, you didn't look outside, you just heard it drive off. Could you tell which direction it drove?
Well, there was only one way out of our street. I could see the lights, so as it left, we were the second house up, from the end of the main road.
Right.
So you had to turn on our street. We were the second house up on the right.
So
So when it left, you could see it leave.
All right,
Right,
so
because it had to stop to make the turn.
it was going away.
Yeah.
Wasn't coming home, somebody coming home or anything. That was definitely a car leaving. And that was about what time in the morning?
3,
About 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, the next day, did you find out something had happened to your neighbor?
got home from my dad's office, and I seen her parents outside. They were real distraught. Her dog was scared and running, like usually that dog was real mellow and chill. It was running, didn't want anybody to catch her, get it. And then that's when the police had told us that she'd been possibly killed.
Okay. How'd that make you feel at the time?
I felt it with me my whole life. I wish I'd have got up and beat on that door. Something.
It's kind of something you carried with you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Never got over that even these many years later. You never saw anybody though inside, outside, never looked.
No, sir.
Okay. Thanks, sir. I'll pass what you said.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rich. How you doing?
Christ, sir.
If you don't understand my questions, stop me and I'll clarify them for you. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Prior to today, did you take a look at your statement that you wrote back then? You remember giving a statement back, way back when, in January?
Yes, sir.
On the night after you talked to the police, was it that day? Did you go down there or did you go down the next day? Do you know, or was it a little bit later to the police station?
Well, the day that we found out that she had been killed.
Yeah.
I think it was that evening.
That evening you went down. You talked about that you heard 4 beats against the wall.
Sounded like this. Sir.
Okay. And then you didn't hear any yelling or screaming, did you?
No yelling, screaming, no.
Nothing at all. No, you didn't hear anything like being rummaged around or thrown around like a fight was going on.
No, sir.
You just heard beating against what you appeared to be a wall or something.
Right.
But it wasn't your wall because your wall was against the stairway, correct?
Right.
Okay. You're not saying they were beating against the stairway wall,
No, sir.
or do you know?
No, it's against the stairway wall. Like I said, usually like somebody's going up and down that stairs, it would move, right? This was in one little spot, same spot.
Okay. You said that then afterwards, it appeared somebody was running down, and it was very loud or louder than what you heard before. So they weren't walking, they were like running downstairs. You talked to a police detective, did you not?
Back then, yes, I'm sure I did, yes.
And they asked you whether or not someone or anyone, did you know of anyone that possibly would have handcuffs?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell them a person of interest? Or
Just
what?
asked if I knew anybody around that had handcuffs. I said, yes,
Okay, and you said you did, didn't you?
yes, sir.
And it was a person in that neighborhood. And did you know where that person worked?
I didn't, yes, I did, yes.
Okay, and where did you tell them that you thought the person worked?
For security department,
Delta?
yes,
And as part of that job, did you see him wear handcuffs?
yeah, 2 cents.
2 sets of handcuffs.
Correct.
Okay. And did you give a description of that man?
Yes,
And do you remember the description that you gave?
early 50 or early to mid 50s, maybe 60, 6'1", 250 pounds,
250 pounds?
just guessing.
Heavy looking. Did he wear glasses? Okay. If you said he wears prescription glasses with a little tint on them, does that sound familiar? If I approach that. Wow. If I showed you a copy of your report, would it
I
help
got
you?
something right here.
I approach to show what I was looking at to refresh his memory.
If it would refresh his memory.
Yeah, that's fine.
Would it help refresh your memory if you read it?
Go ahead.
I approached it?
Yes.
Okay. Describe him wearing prescription glasses with a slight tint.
Right.
In fact, when you were talking about it, did the detective then show you a couple of pairs of handcuffs and
Yes, sir.
identify whether or not one of them looked like the ones?
Yes, sir.
And did you identify that those looked like the ones that this gentleman had from the security company? Now, let me ask you, the person, did you often see the guy in the Delta security?
Down in, yes.
And was he always in uniform?
Most time I've seen, yes.
Was it at a certain time or was it at different times?
Usually in the mornings.
Mornings? Did it look like he was going to work, or I know it was 30 years ago, so if you don't
I
know,
don't know.
Okay. Where did he live, in reference to where you live?
Street, he'd be 1 street up on the left.
One street out on the left. So it was like a block over or short block. I would guess they were in rows. With the townhouse. Okay. But it was enough that you knew who he was or recognized him as somebody in the
Right
neighborhood.
down the street, yeah.
Okay. After you heard the booms or the beating, you said you got woke up again because you heard the front door close and then you heard a car door open. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And when the car door opened, the music started playing.
Right.
And it must have been pretty loud. It was a loud boom box. Remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
So you could hear the music really loud.
Yeah.
Because you even said there were 15s.
Right.
What
Well,
do
it
you,
had bass to it, right?
huh?
I had like this, a stereo has bass, like big subwoofers or whatever.
Right.
That's what you could hear.
And the 15s was a type of speaker
Right.
that back then that's what they had, right?
Right.
But it was loud enough with the bass and did you associate that with the car that was leaving?
Yes.
Okay. So whoever it was opened up the door, had the door open, and when they turned it on, then the radio came on like the boom box.
Right.
And then that's the car that you said backed out and left.
Yes.
Do you think it was one and the same car? I mean, was it the same, or do you know? Well, is it the same car that had the music on?
Sounded that way, right? Music kind of dipped down at the car left.
But it was enough to wake you back up when you started the car and you heard the music playing.
And going down the stairs is what woke me up.
Okay. How long did you stay at that location, live at that location?
I don't know.
Year, couple
Yeah,
months?
School year.
Okay. There's been testimony that says there was a lot of traffic in and out of there. That location, a lot of commotion. Loud things going on.
I disagree with it.
Okay, what's your
The
opinion?
retirement community, it's pretty quiet from what I recall.
Okay,
I never really hear a lot of noises that were loud. So I don't, yeah, I'm kind of lost with that statement.
so at that time in January 1995, you heard somebody running down the stairs that was heavy, appeared to be, right? Out the front door. Correct?
Correct.
Heard the car door open, loud boombox music blaring or whatever it is. They shut the door and they back out. And that was all about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
After this incident, did you ever see the security guard from Delta?
No, sir. Right, not too long after this happened, I ended up being placed on a Flores home.
Okay.
So I wasn't in that neighborhood anymore.
Well, how long after that?
I don't know. I was 12 years old. I'm now 41.
Well, I understand that. And you talk about 30 years. Was it immediately or was it like a month or two after that?
I can't recall.
Okay, but it was some time after that.
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever see the Delta security guard?
No, not that I.
Okay. Pass the wisdom subject to recall, Your Honor.
Have nothing, Brother Jeff.
Can this man be excused?
Please do.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next, please.
Carmen Apple.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
How you doing, man?
Have a seat, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Tell us your name and where you work.
My name is Leslie Carmen Apple, and currently I work for the Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Okay. You started your career in a kind of a different branch of law enforcement, right?
That's correct.
Where'd you start your career at?
Beaumont Police Department,
Okay. And when was that?
1986.
Okay. And all the way through, at what point did you retire and then move to another agency or did you just move?
I retired in 2011 after 25 years, and then I picked up a second career in emergency management with the state.
Okay. And so back in 1995, what was your capacity working at Beaumont Police Department?
I was a patrol officer assigned to the day shift patrol.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Apple, would you be so kind to move up closer to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Now, Ms. Apple, do you recall being dispatched to a location, 1005 Park Meadow Drive, in 1995?
Yes, sir, I do.
Was that a location of homicide that had occurred?
Yes, sir.
And was it ultimately a homicide of someone that you knew?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about, well, was this the homicide of Catherine Edwards that you were
Yes.
dispatched to? Tell me a little bit about who was there when you arrived first at 1005 Park Meadow.
When I arrived, Officer Flores was there, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Edwards.
Okay. And do you recall what kind of information you and Officer Roach had received, prior to arrival, like what your understanding of the scene was, and, where you were needing to go.
My understanding at the time and when I arrived on scene was that Mr. and Mrs. Edwards had been to the townhouse to check on their daughter. They had a key to unlock the townhouse, had gone in and had discovered her body in the upstairs bathroom.
Okay. And when you entered into this townhouse, and took measure of everything that was inside, was that consistent with what you observed as well?
Yes, sir.
So the information that you had was that the parents had needed a key to gain entry into this house,
Yes, sir.
but was it only the bottom lock and not the deadbolt?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Why is that significant? Is that it was only the bottom lock? Let me ask you this. When you're leaving that townhouse, or typically with a lock like that, can you lock the door from the inside and close the door if only the bottom lock is locked?
Yes, sir.
Whereas, can you do that? Can you lock the deadbolt if you don't have a key from the outside?
Do you know the
No.
answer to that?
No, my recollection was that you needed a key from the outside to lock the deadbolt.
Okay. Now, this townhouse, where do you remember going as far as in the rooms in this townhouse?
When I entered the townhouse, I went upstairs. My recollection is at the top of the stairs, there were 2 bedrooms, and in between the 2 bedrooms was the bathroom. As I rounded the corner from the stairs, going to the bathroom, I looked into a bedroom, and then past that and looked into the bathroom to observe the scene.
Okay, so let me show you, I'm gonna publish in just a second, I just wanted to put your eyes on, exhibit 43 and 44, which have already been admitted. These are diagrams of the apartment layout that Allison Brocato helped. Okay. Does those look consistent with second floor and first floor of what you remember?
Yes, sir.
So okay, so states exhibit 43 here. This is a overhead view of the first floor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what you explained to us just a while ago is that you went in this front door over here, right?
Yes, sir.
And then did you go anywhere on the first floor, or did you go first up to the upper stairs?
I went up the stairs first.
Okay. Now, states 44, is this a overhead view of the second floor?
Yes, sir.
And so when you went up these stairs right here, there's kind of like this little landing spot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've got what you describe as a guest room, a master bedroom, and a bathroom.
Yes, sir.
So, as far as, it sounds like the first thing you did was go to the bathroom to locate where the body was, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice about just the scene in that bathroom when you went in there?
The victim, Miss Edwards, was laying on the floor with her head towards the tub and her legs more towards the door opening. She was nude from the waist down. She had on a t-shirt, and there was a towel that was draped over her upper body.
I also noticed that her hands were handcuffed behind her back.
Okay. So, and for the record, we're looking at states 44 right now. Let me ask you this. Would you do me a favor and take a look at what I've marked as states exhibit 74 through 80? Do those exhibits 74 through 80 appear to be photographs of the upstairs towards the guest room that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
74 through 80, are those fair and accurate depictions of what you observed when you went to the scene on in 1990?
Yes, sir.
And specifically January 14th, 1990?
Yes, sir.
Now, but if you could, please take a look at what I've marked as exhibits 91 through 95. Sorry, 91 through 96. States exhibits 91 through 96, are those photos of the upstairs bathroom at 1005 Park Meadow?
Yes, sir.
And specifically photos of the bathroom at 1005 Park Meadow on January 14th, 1995.
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed when you entered that townhouse that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you also then go into the master bedroom as well?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's marked as exhibits 81 through 90. And same questions with exhibits 81 through 90. Are these photographs of the master bedroom at the scene as you observed on that day?
Yes, sir.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of what you observed when you entered that room and looked at this?
Yes, sir.
We will offer 74 through 80. 81 through 90.
No objections to 74 through 80 inclusive, 81 to 90 inclusive, 91 to 95 inclusive, Your Honor. I got 95. You added another one?
I thought there was 96.
It's 96.
I had 95, but maybe it's 96. I have no objections either to 96.
Let me see those real quickly. Please, thank you. They are admitted, by the way, states exhibits 74 through 96. Okay. We got, in this collection, there are depictions of the deceased. And the rule the court has set is those images are not to be photographed. And that's
If you'd like, we can publish those just to the jury, or they'll pass them around like we used to do a little bit.
I think there are about 5 or 6, I think I recognize out of this collection.
We can just
Others,
publish those.
others are allowed to be published by film. But any depictions of the deceased at the crime scene in relating to images of injuries are forbidden to be published, but are completely free, of course, as they will be exhibits admitted here for the jury to discern and review as necessary for your deliberations. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, so first of all, let's talk about 74 through 80. Looking at State's Exhibit 74 here. Is this the kind of the landing spot on the second floor where the stairs are off here to the left, and this is that guest bedroom that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And State's 75, is this the guest bedroom that we were discussing just a while ago?
Yes, sir.
It looked like there was kind of a bunch of different things on the floor and in the closets in that room.
Yes, sir.
Maybe things that did not necessarily typically go in a bedroom. Her sister testified a while ago and explained to us that there was a bunch of projects and junior league stuff in there.
Yes, sir.
That seemed about what you remember.
Yes, sir.
Now. State's Exhibit 80. Were there a number of different closets with clothes and yearbooks and various memorabilia on the floor and the shelves, all that kind of stuff as well?
Yes, sir.
Did any of that really look like it had been disturbed, or did it look like it had just kind of been put there messily?
It did not look like it had been disturbed.
Same with 76, is that guest room with boxes and looks like something being unpackaged?
Yes, sir.
A sign that says snow cone on it upside down. See it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, so did you really notice anything that had particular evidentiary value as far as what had transpired that night before y'all arrived in that guest room?
I did not look at anything. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the bathroom, I'm going to show you these here in just a second.
Yes, sir.
But State's 91, is this a kind of looking back standing from the perspective of the tub, looking back to the doorway of the bathroom?
That's correct, sir.
So this is that I guess teal interior.
Yes, sir.
So is it very easily recognizable on other photos what you're looking at when you see that color from the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 92, 93, 94, and 96. 92 first. Is this the body of Catherine Edwards as you found it?
Yes, sir.
So describe to me what you're seeing right here as far as what she's wearing.
I can see that she's wearing a t-shirt of some sort. There's nothing on her legs, and the towel is draped over her partially.
Okay, and what color is the towel?
It looks blue and black stripes.
Now, what about the tub itself? Is there a shower curtain visible in this picture, 92?
There is one, however, it appears that if the curtain rod in the shower had been torn down.
Okay. Did it appear as though there had been an obvious struggle in this bathroom?
In my opinion, yes, sir.
And how many years did you work for BPD as an officer?
At the time of this particular scene, I was 9 years on. I worked a total of 25 years.
Okay. Did you always work in some division of patrol, or did you ever move into the investigative side?
Mostly patrol. I did 2 years working narcotics investigations, and then about 10 years working in their public information office.
Okay. So is it fair to say you've responded to a number of crime scenes where a homicide or some other violent crime had occurred?
Yes, sir.
So when you're looking for evidence of a struggle, looking at things that you see on the victim's body, right?
Yes.
And then also things in that general vicinity that might suggest what happened.
Correct, sir.
And did you also say something about the Catherine Edwards hands being bound?
Yes, sir. They were handcuffed behind her back.
Did the parents, when you first arrived, did they describe to you anything they had done to move Catherine's body when they first arrived?
Her father told me that he had taken her off of the edge of the tub and laid her on the floor in the position that I found her.
And did he also tell you anything about covering her?
Yes, sir. He said he took the towel down and covered.
Okay. So the position that you found her in
State's Exhibit 92, that did not appear, based on everything you learned at the scene, to be the position that she was initially found by her parents.
Correct. This position appears to be the position that her father described moving her to.
Okay. And that towel that was covering her, was that her father's doing as well? He covered her because I think you described, was that her father's doing as well?
That is what he told.
And I think you described that she was naked on the bottom side half.
Yes.
And so was that the father's attempt to just cover and give her some decency?
I believe so.
Okay. So.
You want to pass those
Yes.
items to the jury?
So if we could publish to the jury, Judge, Exhibits 92, 93, 94, and 96. And Miss Apple, I want to look at one photograph here. It's an accident. Ms. Apple, I did have one question about the tub, State's Exhibit 95. Is this the condition that you found the tub in the second floor of 1005 Park Meadow Drive, State
Yeah.
95?
Yes, sir.
Is there water in the bottom of that tub?
I believe to my recollection, there was very little water.
Approximately 4 to 5 inches. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, sir.
Now, and then I see the shower curtain rod like you were describing. It's broken or fallen down or ripped off or something, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do
You remember there being water in that tub when you arrived? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
true? Do you know whether or not that tub had any leaks or, drained water slowly over time?
I do not know that, sir.
So as far as you know, or as far as anybody at the scene really knew at the time, is it fair to say that no one knows for certain whether or not?
Your Honor calls for speculation, objection.
Hold on, let him ask his question, then you can object if you feel necessary. Ask your question.
You and the other officers investigating or that initially responded to this, did anyone really know whether or not the water level was higher before you arrived or not?
Objection, speculation, and also hearsay.
Can you answer that, man?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may.
We did not know whether or not the water had been higher or if it was at that level.
Is that something old tubs do sometimes? Drain
In my
water?
experience, sometimes it's.
Okay. Now, also, you said that you went into the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Did you find anything that looked like it might be pertinent to what had happened in that room, the master bedroom on the second floor?
The bed was disheveled a little bit. The comforter and sheets looked a little bit disheveled. And it looked like there was some damage to a bedpost.
Okay. So looking at State's Exhibit, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 81. Is that the master bed that we were talking about just now?
Yes, sir.
And looking over here, does it appear as though kind of the mattress itself is exposed?
It appears that way, yes, sir.
And then there were over here, I think, what are these? Are these the inner under sheets?
Yes, sir.
And then what's this right here?
The comforter,
Right.
are you pointing to? Yes, sir.
Is it like a floral pattern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit 82. Same thing, just from a different angle here. And then also, is that the bedpost that you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
So if I compare that to the other bedpost over here on the left side, there's a cap on the end of it, right?
Yes, sir.
But on this right bottom bedpost, there is not.
Correct.
So did it appear to you that there might have been a struggle in the bedroom as well?
Yes, sir. That was a possibility.
Okay. And was when investigators started to try and collect evidence pertaining to, all these different locations in this house, was one of the things they focused on, collecting the bedspread and the comforter from that bed.
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Do you know the answer to that from personal knowledge?
Yes, sir.
She overruled. She may answer.
Yes, sir. They did come up with.
I'm just gonna go through these photos. This Apple, of this room here, States 83. Is that what door does this go to right here? Does it appear? And let me ask you this.
Don't recall.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 44 here, do you recall there being two different entry points to that bathroom on the second floor?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Okay. If there were, if that map is accurate as Allison explained to us, then would that possibly be an entryway to the bathroom from the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at States 84, is that the, to the left of that, is that the main doorway going back out to the stairway?
Yes,
States 86, this documenting some of the condition of the closets in the master bedroom there.
yes, sir.
What we got up here? That Harrison Ford?
Here's,
Okay. He was kind of a stud button.
some people's opinion.
Now, well, is that pretty much consistent with all of the closets in Catherine's townhome?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, let me go to. Let's need to take a look at what I've got here, a box marked as States Exhibit 45. Recognize what this is?
It appears to be the same comforter as the one in the pictures of Miss Edwards' master bedroom.
Is that the floral pattern that you recall seeing in her master bed?
Yes, sir.
It has a lighter floral pattern on the
On the
inside part.
opposite side. Yes, sir.
Now that States Exhibit 45 and its contents, they've been taken various places and tested over the years, and other people have seen and touched them. But is it the one that you recall from the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer States 45.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, reference to the chain of custody, where it's been and where it hasn't been. Also, she says that it appears to be, but it's not certain. And I think it's premature at this time for it to come in.
Question was, but is it the one that you recall from the scene that day? Answered, yes, sir. Your objection's overruled. It is admitted. She has personal knowledge. In her answer, it is affirmative.
Now, also from that bathroom, you remember that towel had a distinct color on it?
Black and blue stripes.
Show you what I've got marked as States Exhibit 38A and its contents, which should be States Exhibit 38. Would you please look at States Exhibit 38?
There's a black and blue striped towel.
And there's It's 38A, just a brown bag packaging outside of 38.
That's a
Now, that. How does it match? The one that you saw at the scene?
yes, sir.
Do you believe it to be that towel?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember an individual by the name of Boyd Lamb?
Yes, sir.
Was he an officer with Beaumont Police Department that was also at that scene?
Yes, sir.
Was he collecting a lot of these items and securing them for evidentiary purposes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Miss Apple, there's a couple other things that I was wanting to ask you about.
The first being. You knew Catherine and her sister Allison, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Prior to all this,
Yes, sir.
so how did you know them?
We went to Lamar University together.
Okay. Did you go to high school with them or did you meet them in college?
I met them in college.
Were y'all in like a sorority together?
They were in one sorority, I was in another one. However, we socialized in the same circles.
Okay. Did you know them pretty well?
Not very well, but I knew who they were, knew of them, had interacted with them on occasion in some social situations.
So here's the test. Were you able to tell them apart?
No.
Okay.
That being said, you recognize who this was whenever you responded to that scene at 10:05 Park Meadow.
Yes, sir, I did.
And would you be able to recognize a photo of her, of Catherine from her autopsy as well?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay, we'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit A. You know who that is?
Yes, so that's Catherine Edwards.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Catherine Edwards, apparently at her autopsy?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit A. We will offer.
It states exhibit 8,
Yes,
No objection, state's eight, Judge.
admitted.
Judge, we don't intend to publish at this time. Now, are you familiar with this location in general, the Park Meadow townhomes or apartments or whatever you call
Yes, sir.
them? We've heard some testimony earlier today from some folks who were neighbors at the townhome that shared a wall with this 10:05 Park Meadow. Do you recognize what I've got here, marked as State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir, that looks like the townhomes off of North Major and Main that typically have the name Meadow in their street name.
Always some version of Meadow.
Yes, sir.
So, you didn't get all this, did you?
No, sir.
This appeared to be some sort of survey, overhead survey plat.
It looks that way, yes.
That being said, do you recognize the street locations and then also the 10:05 Park Meadow building?
I believe this is the apartment, or excuse me, townhome. Right there.
This State's Exhibit 46, is this a fair and accurate depiction of overhead view of the general area, the street layout, and then also the building layout of the Park Meadow townhomes?
Yes, sir.
Offer 46.
No objections to state's 46, Judge.
Admitted.
Ms. Apple, let's just take a quick look at this so we can make sure we all kind of see where we're looking at. Okay, so I always look at major kind of like this, so right here is major, right?
See if we can blow that up just a little
Yes, sir, I will
bit, so
in just a
we,
second. I'm trying to not get.
thank you.
And then there's all these offshoots from Major, right, that go into these Park Meadow townhome areas. And I'm gonna turn it back
That's correct.
this way. Glen Meadow. And then you got a bunch of numbered streets.
Yes, sir. I see Glen Meadow. I see Mannion.
Which those are just residential streets, right, in this area, and the Park Meadow townhomes kind of fits in between them.
Yes, sir.
So if you could, there's I think, is there? Yeah, where's the pointer? Pointer's in the trigger, I'll get it. I'll scoot it over here. Right here off 4th Street. This is Park Meadow right here. Is this the location where you pointed to me a while ago in State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And so the neighboring townhome that was adjoined to it, is that the one to the right there of 1005?
And 003 is the neighboring townhome.
Okay. So when the jury hadn't seen the outside photos and video and all that yet, but when we're approaching into this townhome, are we doing so basically from this area on 4th Street and the grass?
No, sir. I believe the way I came in was on Mannion. I cut up Park Meadow and then turned left in front of the house.
Right. Once you're on foot though, once you're like walking in, there's like this little grassy area right in front in there.
Yes.
And is that from 4th Street?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever find anything as far as your survey of this townhome, the scene, to explain why there were two different areas where it appeared there might have been some sort of conflict?
You understand the question?
Yes, sir, Judge. I have an opinion on what I believe happened based upon what I saw. But I did not collect any evidence to validate my opinion at this scene.
Your opinion was based on what you observed at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And your investigative experience in responding to scenes similar to this?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did you believe happened in those two locations?
I believe that there were two scenes to the incident. The first perhaps being the master bed area, that there was some type of a struggle or an assault there. And then the second scene was the bathroom where Miss Edwards' body was found.
Okay. Don't have any, no further questions.
Yeah, no. How have you been?
I think you said,
Good. I've got some questions.
yes, sir.
Prior to coming today, did you review your report?
Yes, sir.
And did your report consist of 2 pages? I've approached the witness judge.
Go ahead.
This is what I received from the district attorney. You can take a look at it yourself. I want you to report.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other reports that you know you generated?
That I generated?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Being a law enforcement officer, would you agree with me in your training that one of the things that you're taught is to write a report as soon as possible in reference to what you investigated or what you have gone out on a call for? Would you agree with me? writing a written report?
As soon as possible.
And that is to make sure that you recollect certain facts and details. And also that they're fresh in your mind, especially in this case, when you're almost 30 years afterwards. Correct? A lot of water under the bridge,
Yes.
right? I mean, a lot of things you've done and have been involved with are just as important almost, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did your report that evening, did you not, on the 14th?
That's correct, indicated by the time.
You don't doubt that that's your handwriting, right, on the report?
That is my handwriting.
Okay. You were on patrol that day because you were in the day shift, right?
Correct.
And you went to the location that everyone's been talking about in the Meadows. And when you went in, you were observant when you walked into that townhouse, correct?
That is
And was there another officer there at the time?
Officer Paul Roach.
Okay, and Officer Roach, that he made entry into the townhouse, do you know?
I believe he did go in.
Okay, and did he go upstairs?
I believe he did.
Okay, and when you got there, where was his location? Was he upstairs still?
I don't recall his specific location.
Okay, well, when you went in, did you immediately go upstairs?
When I went in, yes, sir.
Okay, and who directed you to go upstairs?
Her parents.
Okay.
Mrs. Edwards.
So both parents were downstairs at the time when the police had come?
When I arrived on scene, they were outside the townhouse.
Okay. In your opinion, do you think that maybe Officer Roach told both parents to leave the location, don't disturb the scene?
It's possible.
Okay. And that's a big factor, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Because you went upstairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you went immediately to the bathroom.
I went upstairs, rounded the corner and went into the bathroom.
Ran to the bathroom. And when you saw what Miss Edwards in the bathroom, you kind of glanced, didn't you?
I glanced into it.
Right.
Yes.
You didn't go in there and search around or move anything or anything like that. You glanced into it, right?
Correct.
And you saw what you saw, and then you went right back down again outside so that you didn't disturb the scene.
Correct.
Once you went back down, you glanced, you saw there's a body there, okay? You know that it's important as a police officer not to disturb it, right? Because of evidence.
Correct.
So you walked right back downstairs and outside, and I believe you started taking tape out and securing the front of the townhouse.
Correct.
Did you ever go back in to the townhouse after that?
A couple of days later, yes, sir.
Okay, after the investigation was all done?
Correct.
Okay, but how about that day?
That day,
Yes,
don't recall going back in.
right, because they were processing the scene.
That is correct.
Okay. So. And you did this without disturbing the scene, and that was important, right? If it's in your report.
I tried not to disturb.
Okay. There are a lot of questions asked of you. You don't know at that time where the crime scene or what locations this possibly had happened at the time you first made entry, correct?
When I first made entry, no, sir.
Right. It was only afterwards, either through the investigation of somebody telling you or what you knew about it, that you found out. Correct?
I had an opinion when I first went in, but I did not hear anything else about the investigation or where the incidents may have happened until later.
Okay. For instance, that opinion, did you write it down in your report of what you thought your opinion was of what happened?
No, sir.
You talked about a struggle in the bathroom, correct?
It appeared to be one, yes.
did you ever write in your report that it appeared to you that there was a struggle in the bathroom?
I don't believe I did.
No. And in fact, when you got there, you might have seen this, right? Because that Miss Edwards was before the tub, right?
Yes.
You don't know how that was torn down or not, or taken down. And I'm looking at State's Exhibit number, is it 95? And it's the bathroom curtain. You don't know whether or not maybe somebody getting her out of the tub or whatever, it came down with her. You don't know, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
What else in the bathroom did you ascertain, because it's not in your report that you think there was a struggle, that you thought there was a struggle first in the bathroom?
I'm sorry.
Sure, you testified that it appeared to you that there was a struggle in the bathroom. Besides that curtain, what else did you observe to say there was a struggle in that bathroom? You can use your report if you have to refresh your memory.
I don't recall writing anything else down.
Okay.
I think that was just an impression, an opinion, based on my observations of this.
And again, I go back, Ms. Apple, as a police officer, you were trained that these, especially details, first sense impressions, probably should be written down, because 30 years in this case is important to try to recollect, because a lot of things have gone through everyone's life. Would you agree? You've done a lot of things over the last 29 years, right?
38, sir.
No, I'm talking about since this happened,
Oh.
29.
Yes.
I wasn't going to tell your age. But it's important, and there's nothing reflected in that report in reference to a struggle in the bathroom, is there?
I did not write my opinion down.
You testified, state that, and I will show you what has been marked. See it. Where's the chat? Oh. I show you what has been entered in as State's Exhibit 81. You had comments about, or testified about that. You didn't go in the bedroom, did you?
No, I glanced in. As I was walking towards the bathroom, the bedroom door was right there at the top of the stairs.
But you stated that it appeared to be a struggle in that bedroom, but you just glanced.
Based upon my view of the bed sheets being disheveled and the top of the railing missing.
But you didn't know that railing was missing at the time you glanced in.
I'm sorry, sir?
You didn't know that top post railing, this right here, was off the bed at that time, did you?
I don't recall.
Would it help you if you used your report to refresh your memory?
I remember the bed being disheveled, and that bedpost having a different look than the other ones. Yes,
That's a very important detail, isn't it?
it could be.
Did you write it down in your report?
No, I did not.
Nothing at all.
I don't believe so.
Are you sure? Or would you like to read your report to refresh your memory?
I think I'm good, sir.
Okay. And when you testified to the state in reference to that, you said it wasn't disheveled, it was a little disheveled. Wasn't much, right? That was what you testified to.
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 87, closets. I believe you testified, that's 87, this is State's Exhibit 89. It appeared to be normal. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see anything around the floor besides that cat post that looks disheveled or anything out of the ordinary from an ordinary bedroom?
No, sir.
Lamps still up? Things are still on the nightstand?
Yes, sir.
Pot's still not, it's not kicked over, right? Nothing strewn across the floor?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit number 77, which is I guess it's the front room, the front bedroom. That's the craft room, right?
Spare bedroom or craft room.
Craft room.
Yes.
There again, it doesn't look like anything, there hasn't been a fight in there.
Did
Or
not appear
struggle.
so.
Right. The ironing board, boxes, everything on the floor looks normal, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked to the father, Catherine Edwards' father, when you first got on the scene, because they were both mom and dad were standing outside, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it appears that he told you, your father told you that he used a key to gain entry into the townhouse.
Yes, sir.
That's reflected in your report.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what lock he unlocked in that door?
No, sir.
You don't, do you?
No, sir.
Do you have double locks on your door
Yes, sir.
at night? Do you lock both locks on those doors?
Yes, sir.
It's just common nature, isn't it?
For me, yes, sir.
You also, during your initial time there, you went also around to the back of the townhouse, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just have to have one question. State's Exhibit 46, did you ever see this before today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that from the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't pull it or you didn't draw it or get it from the flat?
No, sir.
Okay. Around the back is the garage,
Yes.
correct? And you taped it off, which is protocol. I mean, let's preserve the scene.
Yes.
Okay. Were you approached by two individuals in the back of the townhouse?
Yes, sir.
Two ladies.
Yes, sir.
And did they describe to you the last time they saw Catherine?
One of them did, yes, sir.
And what time was that?
Approximately 9 o'clock. There was a conversation between one of the ladies and Miss Edwards
Okay.
the night before.
And was that conversation, do you know, was it outside or inside? Do you know?
I don't know, sir.
There was testimony that sometime that evening, she possibly was out walking her dog in that neighborhood. That's Catherine Edwards. You don't know whether or not the dog was around or not during this conversation with that other lady.
No, sir.
You did write the lady's name and telephone number down, right?
Yes, sir.
During that conversation, did you become aware in your investigation as a police officer that there was problems or possibly problems for the past 5 years with an ex-boyfriend?
Yes, sir. That information was related to me.
And up until recently, they were up in a relationship up until late, I guess, 1994.
That was what was related to me.
And it wasn't a friendly relationship. Is that what you got from it?
I was told that they had recently broken up and that the ex-boyfriend was upset with the break.
Did you ever find out, or did you ever have any information about a Delta security guard that lived around the corner?
No, sir.
Did any of the detectives ever tell you about, or did you know through the investigation?
No, sir.
Did you see any forced entry into the townhouse at all through the front door, like the door jamb being busted down or anything like that?
I did not see him.
When you went around the back, did you see any forced entry either by the gates? There was gates and a fence in the back with a little patio and the garage. Did you see any forced entry there?
I recall seeing him.
Did you have a chance at any time to go downstairs to see anything at the bottom of the first floor of the townhouse was disturbed, like there was a disturbance or somebody had broken through a window or anything like that that you saw disturbed?
I did not see any disturbance.
Did you actually go through the bottom or around the bottom, or did you, as soon as you saw what you had upstairs, that's the scene, okay? In the bathroom, did you basically get out of there to preserve any evidence that might be there?
Yes, sir. Anything that I saw in the townhouse on the first floor was from the entryway.
Some of the last questions that the district attorney asked you was your knowledge of Catherine Edwards and maybe her sister. Y'all met at Lamar for, I guess you were all in sororities.
I was a Gamma Phi, and I believe they were Zetas.
Okay. And you all interact socially?
We were at various social events together.
Okay.
Where I would see them.
Were they at the school or were they at other locations? Or were they just depending where they were going to have it?
Depending where it was.
I mean, it could have been a bar, it could have been a house, could have been a frat house, it could have been just in the quad being Lamar between the dorms.
Yes.
Anything like that to socialize.
Yes, sir.
How long before that did this happen? I'm going to ask, when did you graduate, Lamar?
I graduated Lamar in 1986.
86.
Yes, sir.
And then you went to become a police officer almost immediately after that.
I started the academy before I graduated.
After you graduated from Lamar, did you keep in contact with the two sisters?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you knew who they were once you found out who the name was, or whose apartment it was. You recognized from Lamar University in that was almost 9 years after that, right?
Yes, sir. I also knew that Catherine had taught at Price Elementary. Part of what I did at the time with the police department was the DARE program.
Right.
And so we would go into the elementary schools and the middle schools. And so I had a peripheral knowledge that she was at one of the schools.
And you could have said hi or whatever, but your real dealings with her was in college and not afterwards. Is that fair to say? Okay. Did you understand my questions?
I believe so.
Is there any answers you'd like to change or correct or whatever?
I don't believe so.
Okay. One last question. Strike that. I think I'm going to stop while. Good to see you again. Subject to recall, Your Honor. I passed the witness. And if she just, she may be released, but she's still under the rule.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
No? Okay, is this lady excused?
Please.
All right, you are excused now. And we're gonna take a break. All right, the jury is seated in the courtroom and the court has had to replace one of the jurors with the first alternate. Ms. Tran is now on the jury and that was done for good cause. And that was a part of a hearing that the court held while the jury was out. And we are ready now to proceed. The state may call your next witness, please.
Call Sara Moon.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yeah.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Smith, would you can still kind of turn that microphone toward your voice, and you have to be kind of close to it, and it can help move her seat just a little, or the chair a little bit farther, closer to. Well, then pull that mic down. That's all. No, you're fine. Bring the mic down. Perfect. Oh, yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Those chairs are a little heavier than they look. Tell us your name, ma'am.
Well, my real name is Sara Jean Moon, and I go by Sara.
Okay. Back in 1995, how were you employed?
I was a civilian ID technician with the police department.
So over the years, BPD has always had some form of ID department, right?
Yes.
What do they do?
All right. We took fingerprints, photographs, videos of things, traffic accidents. Also, we had the jail at the time, we processed prisoners.
Really? So y'all had quite a bit, even more so than they do now.
Yes, sir.
So, and part of that is you go to crime scenes where there's, you know, maybe something of physical evidence or photographs that need to be processed, right?
Yes.
When did you start working for Beaumont Police Department?
In 1976.
Okay, so did you work for BPD your whole career?
Yes.
How many years was that? I don't want to date you too bad here.
How many what?
How many years was that?
Oh, almost 30.
Okay, so you've done this for a long time.
Yes, sir.
When did you retire?
15 years ago.
Okay. And let me ask you, Miss Moon, do you recall a particular incident where you responded to a townhouse at 1005 Park Meadow in Beaumont?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there were some other officers already on the scene, weren't there, when you first arrived?
Yes, sir.
Very rare for you to be one of the first people there, right?
Well, I got a call at my home. It was my day off, and it was from Technician Williams. And I drove into town to the station, got some more equipment, and then we both drove to Park Meadow.
Okay. And did you, after you do this invest and after you kind of do your walkthrough, do you usually complete a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you bring a copy of that today with you?
Yes, sir.
At any point where you need to refresh your memory about something specific, are you able to refer to that?
Yes.
Okay. So you and another ID technician from BPD went to the scene together.
Yes.
And there were a few officers on scene already, including maybe the patrol sergeant that had secured the scene.
Yes, sir.
Was that Sergeant Ernie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so let me just ask you, what's your process for when you get to a scene like this where there's been a shooting or a homicide?
Well, usually
What do you got?
I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
usually when the officers are there, they kind of give us an idea what is going on. And then I started taking photographs of the scene.
Was it your process to start in a particular area, or did you always start at, like the scene where the actual, murder occurred and then work backwards?
No, I always started from outside to show if there was any damage to the entry of the home. And then from what I gathered from the detectives that were out there also, I took photographs of the downstairs area and then moved upstairs.
Sometimes when you go to a scene like this, do the responding officers or the detectives kind of point you in the direction of something they want you to document?
Yes, sir.
And then same side of that coin, other side of that coin is sometimes you see things that you document or photograph just because they might have some potential value, evidentiary value.
Yes, sir.
Is it your role in these investigations to determine what evidentiary value something has, as opposed to just documenting anything that has potential evidentiary value?
Not most of the time. It's up to the detectives that are investigating it, and they'll say, can you, or take a photograph here and get that.
Okay. So we had, do you recognize a name of another officer that was at the scene by the name of Carmen Apple?
Yes.
Okay. Was she a patrol officer back in the back around that time as well?
Yes, sir.
And she testified earlier and explained to us that she went up into the second floor of this 1005 Park Meadow. But the photographs that she looked at when she was on the stand, did you take those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the photographs from inside this Park Meadow townhome you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The layout of this townhome, show you State's Exhibit 43. This has been admitted as a kind of like an overhead of the first floor of 1005 Park Meadow. With this right over here being the front door where you go in. Does that look pretty consistent with some of the areas that you looked at and photographed and documented?
Yes, sir.
And there's a set of stairs at the bottom of States 43. Does that go where you go up to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
And if you look at States 44, this is the overhead view that's been admitted for the second floor of 1005 Park Meadow. Is this what you recall as far as the layout of the second floor of that town?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so walk me through where you went first as far as photographing or documenting the scene.
I'm looking at my friend's bullet. So I started at the outside of the front door, then inside, went to the kitchen area. And this time we did photographs of the four corners of each room. And then from there, I went upstairs.
And so why are you taking photograph views from the four corners of each room? What's the goal there?
Just to show how it's set up at the time of the scene.
So that, say we have to call you as a witness 30 years later, you might be able to look around and be able to get your bearings on some of your photographs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You could. Do me a favor, Mr. Mayor. Show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 47 through 57. Just take a look at those. You can unclick them and do whatever you need. And you would set it up here and that's it.
47 through 57, are those photographs of the exterior and your entry into 1005 Park Meadow?
Yes.
Okay, and then what about this 47 here? What is that?
It's been so that, well, it has our ID number of the case, the address and the time.
So you, I guess, the folks that were working in ID at that time, was it a common practice to take a photograph of some sort of case, whether it's on a notebook paper or whatever, giving the case information, the case number and the time so that you could remember later what,
Yes.
Where you were at, what time?
Yes.
Okay, but that being said, these exhibits 47 through 57, are those fair and accurate depictions of the initial case card and then your exterior photos and entry into the 1005 Park?
Yes.
Offering 47 through 57.
Objections to states 47 to 57 inclusive.
They are admitted.
I'm not gonna go through every single one of these, but is this the states 47? Is that the case number like we were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Right, let's look at states 48. Is this kind of the outside front door area of 1005 Park Meadow and the neighboring townhomes?
Yes, sir.
And this is after the fact, there's a bunch of people up here and crime scene tape and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 49. Is this a closer view of the entryway to Catherine Edwards' townhome?
Yes, sir.
States 50, is that the same thing, just the other side?
Yes, sir.
And states 51. Is this the entryway? And I think that's our old JP that was at the scene.
Sara, I don't remember,
Okay.
but that's the front area of the town.
Okay. And you said one of the first things you did was go to the stairway, right?
I went to the kitchen area.
Okay. Well, after did you clear the whole first floor first?
Yes.
Before going to the stairway?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead, just because I have these right here, I'm gonna go ahead and put these, show you these. States 52. Is that the stairway from the bottom looking up to the second floor of 1005 Park Meadow?
Yes, sir.
And stage 53. Is this from the top of the stairway looking down towards the front door of 1005 Park Meadow?
Yes, sir.
This wall right here on this left side, that the wall that townhome shares with the neighbor?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And there was a bathroom underneath that stairwell, correct?
Yes, sir, like a half bath.
Okay. And states 54, is that the half bath underneath that stairwell?
Yes, sir.
States 55, closer view of the same thing.
Yes.
States 56, is that just looking at the items that are in that bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Anything look out of order as far as what we've seen so far?
No.
And you said that the first area you went after you went into the, went through the exterior and entry was into the kitchen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I put them up here. Take a look at states. Well, I have marked as states 58 through 62. 58 through 62. What are these states 58 through 62?
The area of the kitchen.
So that being the first area that you went to when you made the entry into this townhome for the
Yes.
purposes of photograph.
Yes, sir.
58 through 62, are those fair and accurate depictions of what you observed in the kitchen area of this townhome?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer 58 through 62.
Objections to states 58, 62 inclusive.
Without objection, states exhibits 58 through 62 are admitted. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Mayor. We had a couple of items that you had photographed in the kitchen area. Looking at states 58, is this the kitchen kind of going back towards maybe the den behind it?
Yes, sir.
And states 59, is that reversed and looking the other way towards the, the kitchen table?
Yes.
Anything look particularly out of order so far as what we've seen in the first floor?
No, sir.
State 60, what is this?
Well, I did notice when I took this photo, it is the wine glass in the sink.
It was something that, might have potential evidentiary value down the road.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever, there were a number of different ID techs at the scene, right?
Yes.
One of them being yourself, you mentioned, Tech Williams. Is that Lejeune Williams?
Jawan.
Jawan, okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting my names mixed up here. Another one being a tech by the name of Boyd Lamb.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was also the sergeant of that division. Who was that?
At the time, Bill Taylor.
Okay. And I can't remember, was Bill Gates ever in that ID, or is he in?
Not when I was.
Okay, so at least four of y'all were helping work the scene.
Yes, sir.
Now, some of the people that were at this scene, they've since passed, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
A lot of friends of yours that you've known over the years.
Yes, sir.
But that being said, do you remember, or does your report indicate whether or not you were the one to process any of these items for prints?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall specifically what items you processed for prints?
Well, if I remember right, I processed the wine glass later.
Okay.
And then there were several other items that were brought back to the station where I processed them.
I see.
In your reports, when you don't find anything as far as prints or anything that can be interpreted, do you just put that there were negative results?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there negative results on this wine glass later
No,
on?
I believe in my report, I said there were partial prints.
Okay. Was there anything later that you were able to compare that to or attempt to compare that to?
Not while I was working.
Okay. Looking at state 62, is that just one of the closets in the downstairs area?
Yes, sir, to the pantry.
Does anything look, as far as what we've seen on the first floor, does anything look particularly out of order or like there was a struggle on the first floor?
No, sir.
No. So going back to kind of your processing of this scene, Ms. Mary, do you recall where you went next?
From the downstairs area, I went upstairs and same thing from the bedrooms rooms upstairs, 4 corners of each room. Photos were taken.
Okay. And were you the tech that photographed photos of the victim's body in this case? Okay. Do you recall Catherine Edwards' condition as far as, what she was wearing or what she had on her body when you photographed her?
Yes, sir. There was a towel that had been placed over her body. And then it was removed and she was laying kind of face down on the floor in the bathroom with her hands behind her back with handcuffs. So, and a t-shirt.
Okay. As an ID tech, is one of the roles that you and your team have when you're processing a scene involve collecting physical evidence?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
There was a large number of various items that were collected from this scene, weren't there?
Yes, sir.
But as far as some of the very specific ones that were sent for testing down the road, did Boyd Lamb collect a lot of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you also go and look at the exterior, kind of like at the patio area and then into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me look at these first. I'll show you what's like a 63 through 65. What's that? I didn't ask you about those earlier, but are these photos from the first floor?
Yes, sir.
They appear to be photos in the den area.
Yes.
63 through 65. Are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene in the Catherine Edwards den on the first floor that you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Offer 63 through 65.
Objections to state 63, 65 inclusive.
They are admitted.
And just getting everybody on the same page here. Are we talking about this area right over in here?
Yes, sir.
And that's first floor.
Yes, sir.
And looking at state 63. With a couch and an old tube TV.
Yes, sir.
Anything that you recall looking specifically out of order or like there was some sort of struggle in this area?
No, sir.
State 64. Same TV, but different angle.
Yes, sir.
And again, anything out of order or indicative of a struggle in this area.
No.
And state 65. What is this?
It's her purse.
Okay. And was that, why would you photograph that?
Just to show maybe that something wasn't taken from it.
Okay. Meaning there wasn't someone who came in there to burglarize the house or rob or something like that. Okay. Okay, so going back out to the exterior. Please look at, well, I've got marked as states exhibit 66 through 68. Are these photographs of the patio and the back, I guess like the backyard area?
Yes.
There's not really a yard here, is there?
No.
It's just a concrete patio. But 66 through 68, are these fair and accurate depictions of the photographs that you took of the back patio?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer 66 through 68.
no difference between 66 to 68 because of
They are admitted.
And same question, 66, is this the, patio that we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
And is this the glass door that goes back into the townhome?
Yes, sir.
So this is, you're kind of standing in this photo towards, like, from the garage is right behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And any of those flower pots look broken or disturbed?
No, sir.
67. Is this the garage door?
I believe, yes.
And 68, is this just the other corner view from that patio?
Yes, sir.
So it's not a very big patio, is it?
No, sir.
And did you also go into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Was there a vehicle in there when we went in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, further and look at states exhibits 69 through 73. Those photos you took of the garage area,
Yes, sir.
69 through 73, are those very accurate depictions of what you observed inside the garage at Captain Edwards' town?
Yes, sir.
You all offer 69 through 73?
no objections, state 69 and 73.
They are admitted.
State 69. This the interior of Catherine's garage?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you believe to be her car?
Yes.
Did you process this car?
Yes, sir.
Were there any findings on that car?
Bunch of smudge marks, as I recall. Nothing useful.
Is it common when there's been multiple fingers and hands that have, even if they're the same one, that have touched a single surface? Or, okay.
And state 71. Is that showing kind of over here, back the doorway to go into the patio?
Yes.
And state 72, is that an overview of just the garage and the car and everything that is on the walls?
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication or evidence that you observed inside the garage of a structure?
No, sir.
After you completed photographing everything from the scene, did you also do a walkthrough, make a video walkthrough of this apartment, of this townhome?
Yes, sir.
Were you assisted by one of the other ID techs in doing so?
I believe it was technician Williams.
Okay.
Show you what's, I've got marked as States Exhibit 97. Is that a copy of the video walkthrough that you recorded at 10:05 Park Meadow?
Yes, sir.
Does this go every place that you walked and every place that you took still photographs? Does it also go through those locations and take video?
Yes, sir.
But as far as what's on States Exhibit 97, has this been altered or edited from what you originally recorded?
I don't believe.
Okay, it looks like it's what you recorded.
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate, states 97, is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw and what you heard and observed while doing that scene walkthrough?
Yes.
States 97.
No objection to states 97.
It is admitted.
Subject to the previous admonishments, may we publish?
Yes.
Starting at the outside.
Yes.
Okay.
How long is this, please?
35 minutes. Thank you.
We're gonna dim the lights for better viewing. Thank you.
What are you doing right here?
Okay, photograph of video is just the entry to the townhome.
And is that just to document the condition of the door frame?
Yes, sir.
What would that indicate if there had been damage to the door frame?
Prime marks on around the doorknob or
Right, and what would that be an indication of if there were?
that somebody broke in.
Did you see anything like that on this? Okay.
That's probably what mom did still.
So when you open the door, the front door to 1005 Park Meadow, the first thing that is you can see is either the stairway or the hallway, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Come up here, Stella.
Is that the bedroom window up there?
Yes.
Not really valuable, a lot of people like
Is this that downstairs bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Are you about to start going upstairs?
I don't recall.
well, I hope that's a lot. Protect the brand, try to leave it out, try to talk that I don't need to be on this. Call we got, you know. The call, but we got another call. New bank call. That call, on Jefferson. That is the employee that called. Yeah, they you know, call me things and run to the door to call me phone. Yeah. Yeah, how much? 18
Have a video placed up there though.
That blue screen right there, this recording device that you were using, did you have to actually change out tapes and move to another one? Okay.
No, they took her out of the tub and pushed it all over.
About to go in the bathroom.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
well, you get down to dust and what's snow.
See very significant bruising on Catherine Edwards' body,
Yes, sir.
legs, torso, handcuffs, all over.
Yes.
You just turn it off and then turn it back on and you're back down to the first floor now? Does that pretty much conclude everything you videotaped?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're up on the second floor, aren't you? In that.
That's her.
I see. Okay. We collected quite a few items of physical evidence at this scene.
Yes, sir.
But did Boyd Lamb collect the comforter
On Catherine's bed? Or did another ID tech collect the comforter on Catherine's bed? And did another ID tech attend Catherine's autopsy and take possession of the sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir.
No further questions? You said no further questions.
I just have a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rose. How you been? Good. Got some questions for you. You also, well, first off, did you ever determine a point of entry? No marks that would indicate anybody used any force to get into the residence? Did you ever, you processed a lot of things dusting for prints?
Yes.
Can you use partial latent prints to try to get some identity?
Yes, sir. It's clear enough to like.
And if they're not, then your determination is negative on that, correct? There are a number of things that you were asked to dust, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna go over kind of through your report on what you said. I know it was almost 30 years ago. You were given a glass vase. Do you know what board I'm talking about?
Okay, yes, sir. One of the detectives brought it into the station and, I processed it, the case itself. And there's partial lightness, but nothing clear enough.
Okay, but you said you lifted two partial latents from the side, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those latents? Were they ever checked to determine whether or not or you just passed it on to somebody else?
Well, we didn't have a suspect at the time.
Yeah, and I guess my question then is, you take a latent, back then, did you use tape?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you could either use silver or black powder?
Yes.
Okay. And what if the latents, basically, real simple terms, the oil on your finger creates the impression from the ridges and the loops and everything else. And when you throw the dust on it or dust it on, brush it on or blow it on, then when you find it, in this case back then, did you then use a piece of clear tape to take the powder off of it? And then you put it on a white kind of shiny cardboard?
Well, if you use silver powder, you can use the white card or black card.
Some type of card,
Yes.
shiny. And did you do it on the vase? Did you do that on the vase when you
Yes.
pulled the two? And you don't know where that card went to. You did your job and then moved it on.
Well, usually it's put in an envelope with the case number.
Right.
And it is there forever unless they move the case.
You said that you didn't have a suspect at that time, but you didn't do anything further than that to try to strike that. You were never asked to try to identify your partials with another fingerprint, a known fingerprint.
Right.
Okay. Photographs were taken of the garage. You took the wine glass and you dusted that, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, you got a latent off of that.
Yes.
Same process. I guess you didn't process it from another fingerprint or anything like that. You just, I guess, secured it or kept it and put it in an envelope. But
Yes.
and you don't know if anything was ever done to that afterwards or.
No, sir.
Okay. Outer portion of the bathroom door. Which bathroom door? Was it upstairs?
Oh,
Do you know? Good question, huh?
yes.
Okay, but regardless, you took another partial latent print. Same process. You got a print off the upper portion of a bathroom door.
Yes.
Okay. Same process, but you weren't asked to try to identify a known print because there were no suspects at that time. But you don't know what happened afterwards. Like later on years from
No.
okay. You lifted another latent print from a bifold door, left portion of the outer portion. Was that like the bedroom door, like a closet door, bifold? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. But again, took another print, but wasn't asked to determine, can you match it with something known?
Right.
Okay. I'm kind of jumping around just a little bit, but bear with me. ID Tech Williams also took some prints, did he not? Or do you know?
It's a she.
Oh, it's a she.
I'm not
Well,
sure.
ID technician, yes, did she take? You don't know what she did. But if it says that she did,
Yes.
like you did. You were asked to check out the telephones in the house, the residence. Did you dust those for prints at all? Or I didn't see reflected in the report, but did you do that?
I checked for redial, but I
Right.
did not do the phone.
Okay, didn't do the phone. Now, what is the purpose of the redial?
I guess the detectives want to make sure of any strange calls that come in.
Okay, or what the last known phone call, I guess back then was, who was the last person you
Yes,
possibly dialed? The downstairs phone didn't work. I guess.
Right.
But the upstairs phone had a number, and it went to, Catherine's brother. Is that what you determined?
Yes.
Did you determine what time that telephone call was?
No, sir.
Okay, but you passed that out, the information on to the detective, to do whatever they needed to do. You made your findings.
Yes.
Okay. You confiscated a blue or a dark baseball cap, and I think I saw it in the doorway.
Yes.
Is that was on the floor in the doorway of the upper bedroom,
I believe so.
the mess? You put it in a brown bag. What did you do with that after you placed it in the brown bag, identified it, sealed it? What, you know what happened to it?
I brought it back to the station and it was turned into property.
Okay, and from there, you don't know what happened to it after you turned it to property? Okay. Because you couldn't determine the point of entry, did you dust or try to dust the outside doors to try to figure out which door was used to get in? Do you remember?
No, sir.
Okay, like the door handles or the door jambs or anything like that? You don't remember?
No.
Okay. The state asked you, in reference when you were filming Miss Edwards in the bathroom, whether or not you saw bruising around the handcuffs and around the body. And it was a lot of bruising. Do you know when that bruising occurred or how old it was?
No.
Do you know whether or not that was caused by a struggle or somebody just running into the door or whatever?
No.
You really didn't see much of a struggle anywhere in that house, did you?
Not much.
No. And so if they were fighting or bruising, you would probably strike that. In your experience over the number of years that you worked, when people have struggles between each other, are things usually knocked down, like lamps and bookcases? Sometimes, have you seen that where a struggle has occurred? You didn't see anything like that last time. Almost finished. In the video and in the picture, if I may, I show you what has been entered in State's Exhibit 82. Maybe. Specifically, there was prior testimony, Ms. Brown, about the cap and the missing cap. And there was an indication or some testimony that possibly that was caused by a struggle. Did you ever find the other cap in the bedroom?
No, sir.
Not at all.
No.
Did you ever determine, and did you ever determine when that cap might have ended up missing? No. Okay. But through your investigation and processing the scene, and the other technicians, you did not come across or have any recollection that there was a cap that was missing. Similar, do you know whether or not the shower curtain where Miss Edwards was, did they take the shower curtain or did you take the shower curtain into evidence?
I didn't.
You didn't. So basically, what you did was take the still photographs, the video, and then did some latent prints and sealed them up and put them away. After that, did you do anything else with this case?
No, sir.
You didn't do any of the processing over the number of after years later or anything, or asked to do anything by any of the other police officers?
No.
See you. Pass the witness, Your Honor, subject to recall.